where blessing awaits for us all. And if your heart is clean, I know you will redeem in the land of the black, gold, and green. It is a land that is holy, the holiest land you'll ever see. And if we unite as one, I know we can understand about the land of the black, gold, and green. Holy, 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 the holiest land you'll ever see. Holy, 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 yes, it's a land of liberty. There you will see freedom and liberty. And if you carry yourself well, your children you will tell about the land of the black, gold, and green. Holy, 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 the holiest land you'll ever see. Holy, 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 yes, it's a land of liberty. Yes, it's the land of the black, gold, and green. Our beautiful land, the black, gold, and green. Our wonderful land, the black, gold, and green.
Them and them economical plan still can't find a solution. Borrowing money for lend. World Bank and our friend. Is life and death, all are we afraid. Life and death, freedom not yet. Farmers get a blow, foreign food so and so. American farmers get a upper hand, while our farmers going one by one. Bank crash, P/, news flash. Big boy hide him stash. No money, no job. Borrowing money for lend. Capitalism and our friend. Is life and death, all are we afraid. Life and death, freedom not yet. Is life and death, all are we afraid. Life and death, freedom not yet. Carry come, carry gone, everything. Too much importing. Debt increase, country depend lease. Politicians are fraud, the people draw bad card. Things not cool, them take with a fool. Gunshot in the street, blood pan sheet, so are not sweet. Is life and death, all are we afraid. Life and death, freedom not yet. Is life and
Tendai greetings, kings and queens, brothers and sisters. Tendai Mwali, giving thanks unto the Mother, Father, creative life force of the universe. Kudzai, Mudzimu Mukolo, give praises unto our great ancestors. Abibi Tumi, Abibi Fahodie, African power and African liberation for all African people around the world. Yeah, man. We're there. Yeah, this is Shakara live and in session. You know what I'm saying? This year in a Black History Month 2022. And for those who are watching internationally, Black History Month in the UK, when we're there, is celebrated in the month of October. And usually throughout Black History Month, nothing's are going. And I usually take time out to do at least one session live on Shakara Speaks for the people them. Normally I'm doing a variation of a presentation in which I'm running down the history, yes, of Black History Month and the value of history in terms of correcting a lot of the, or solving a lot of the problems that we face as Black African people in today's world internationally. But today, this month, this year, I figured it would be good, yeah, to focus on a specific nation, yeah, majority Black African nation of our people, and take a bit of a deep dive, yeah, into the history, the politics, and the culture of that nation. And it's one of the nations that I carry heritage from in terms of my paternal line. My maternal line comes through Antigua, and both lines come through the beautiful continent of Mama Africa. But it's a valid conversation to have in terms of highlighting Jamaica, because there have been for a long period of time discussions around the need to become a fully liberated republic in terms of getting rid of the Queen of England, yeah, and then Barbados. Them said beat with to the punch, yeah, last year in a November, and ever since then there have been a whole more conversations surrounding the idea of removing the monarch of the United Kingdom of Great Britain as the head of state of the nation of Jamaica. And so this has been an ongoing conversation, and it was highlighted to me even more because for the last month, yeah, there's been a whole heap of conversation about reggae music and who reggae music belonged to. And this was precipitated by the fact that a dancehall artist from Ghana ventured to suggest that reggae music belongs to Africans. And there were many Africans from Jamaica who were incensed by this because they said that it belongs to Jamaicans and not Africans. Yeah. And the fact that the dancehall artist by the name of Stonebwoy in question identified Jamaicans as Africans didn't seem to, settle the tensions and the high vibrations of many brothers and sisters any further, because when you get down to it, what you realize is that the people them really had a problem with being identified as Africans. Yeah, that was the real issue. And so there's a whole heap of conversation to be had around Jamaican history, Jamaican politics, and Jamaican culture, what that says about who we are and what kind of a republic, yeah, we would become as and where we would become a republic. And so we want to do that. We want to engage in this conversation through taking a trip through the history, yes, of the political climate of Jamaica, particularly from independence in 1962, yes, and see where we get to from here. So what I'm going to do is introduce both my guests, and then we're going to hear a short presentation from each. Then I'm going to have some conversation with them, and if we got more time, we'll open up, and you can post your questions as well in the chat as well. Yeah, utilize the chat, kings and queens. By the way, like up the video as you come through, whether you're watching on Facebook or you're watching on YouTube, and share the link far and wide. Yeah, share the link far and wide. And also do utilize the Patreon. Yeah, if you like the content and you want to see more of it, use the Patreon account in the description to the video, and all offerings are gratefully received. Right, first and foremost, kings and queens, I'm going to introduce you to a lifelong activist. I was born and raised in the Pan-African community in the United Kingdom of Great Britain, and I don't know life without this man. He's been an activist from before me born, and he's still on the road, kings and queens. He's also former lecturer at the University of the West Indies in Jamaica, Mona campus, and currently identifies as an independent researcher. Welcoming Elder Cecil Gutsmore. Greetings, Elder Cecil.
Greetings, my young brother. And let me say how pleased I am to be on your platform,
Yes, sir.
in part for the reason that you just gave,
Yes,
which
sir.
is that I knew you from before you were able to say Tendai Maori properly.
That's
And
right.
whether I'm saying it or not, it probably is another matter. but from then, I've admired the way your father brought you up and your mother brought you up and what you've become. So I'm not only just admiring, but actually respectful of what you've done and are doing. So I'm happy to be on the platform, and equally happy to be on your platform with your father, who
Yes.
has done great work. I remember
Yes,
him
sir.
when he entered the scene, and what he had done organizationally is
Yes.
massive and important. So I'm really happy to be on with you.
Give thanks, Elder Cecil. And without further ado, as has been mentioned, Elder Cecil said that he know me from before me could say Tendai Mwani good. And the man who taught me to say Tendai Mwani is my father, who is the one of the founding fathers of the Al-Qaeda revivalist movement, and remains the only remaining founding father. And is the spiritual leader of the Al-Qaeda revivalist movement, a man who was raised in the beautiful island of Jamaica, and is also an independent researcher, activist for close to 40 years, about 40 years, standing kings and queens. Greetings and welcome to Brother Leader Bandaka. You're on mute, Brother Leader. Brother Leader, you're on mute. You can't hear me?
Something is happening, read a voice.
Yeah. He's on mute, don't worry. Yeah.
Tendai Mwari.
Yes,
Is that better?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Apologies. Tendai Mwari. I bring greetings in the most precious, powerful, and bountiful name of our motherland, Al-Kebula and Mama Africa, in the sacred spirits of our most gracious ancestors, and in a prayer for oneness, hope, and prosperity for all African people upon the face of Mother Earth. Rumbidzo Kunamwari Africa, to the God of Africa be the glory, giving thanks and praises unto Mwari Nyakusika, God, the creator of the universe, to our great ancestors for all mercies, great and small. And amongst those mercies is the blessing of being on your platform this evening, Brother Shakara, giving due respect to our elder brother present, Elder Cecil Gottsmore. And to say I am proud to be able to say that, yes, I was present at your conception. I was also present at your birth.
Too much information. Too much information. You know what I mean? Too much information.
And I am indeed proud and pleased at how you have blossomed and how you manifest in the community, setting some excellent examples. And I'm looking forward to this evening. I know it's going to be something very special and something very profound, another gift to the African world community. Tendai
Mwari. Okay, Kings and Queens, we're gonna get into it. Yeah. By the way, let me just draw some ancestral energy into the building. Yeah, the proverbial building. The background that you see behind you at the moment is an image of Nanny Falls. Yeah, in Moortown, in Jamaica. All right. And so I'll just bring the spirit of Nanny, yeah, in the building, so to speak. I've had the pleasure of being to Nanny Falls, and it's just the vibration, the energy, is amazing, yeah. And so we're walking with the spirit of Nanny, right? You know. And so what I'm gonna do now is just hand over to Elder Cecil. Me and Brother Leader are gonna hit the background for a second and hand over to Elder Cecil, who's gonna give his opening remarks. Then we're gonna hear from Brother Leader to give his opening remarks, and then we're gonna get into some conversation. All right. So once again, Kings and Queens, as you come true, lick up the like button. Yeah, lick up the share button as well, and the Patreon if you so wish. Elder Cecil, you want to say something before we go to you?
No, as long as I'm being heard, I'm happy to go.
Yeah, you are being heard clearly. All right, so take it away, Elder Cecil.
All right. I believe Jamaica to be an important place. I was born there. I grew up there. I spent a third of my life there. I'm now in my late 70s, and 50 years of my life were spent in the UK, and the other 28 spent in Jamaica. The first 17 of them, my childhood and early youth, were in Jamaica. I actually was born there in 1944, in the breeze blow of that year, the hurricane, if you will. And my father, who wasn't actually in the island at my birth, though I believe he was there at my conception. He was actually farm working in the States when I was born. And he left Jamaica in 1951, and the family took a decade to be reunited. So I came in 61 as the last of them. Now, very briefly, I'm African Jamaican, and what that means to me is something to do with how the forces that were visible in my youth and that have since become visible to me as a researcher and activist framed me. So I was born in the North Coast town of Buff Bay, and banana boats went by out in the sea, and the train, Jamaica Government Railway, went through the town, and on one day of the week would collect bananas from the local railway station and conveyed them to Port Antonio, where the boats now stopped, contrary to the days before the railway, when all of those little ports, if you go there now, the jetties are largely gone, but they used to actually come into those little towns along the coast and collect bananas, or bananas would be lighted out to them. Now, so it matters that my childhood was the time of the emergence of the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party arising out of what our people are in their last phase of resistance in the 1930s had done to produce the first legal and proper trade union movement on the basis of which the political parties were developed. So I was educated in that moment. My granny was a big Bustamante follower because lots of ordinary working folk had been inspired. Buster was really calling upon what they did and absorbing it as his own creation. But in fact, what happened in the late 30s was the Jamaican people coming once again onto the stage of history. And I grew up with that. During my childhood, the Cuban Revolution happened. During my childhood, the Federation of the West Indies came and went. 57, 58 is when it was formed. 3 years later, it was gone. I remember when Mr. Manley, who was then Prime Minister, Norman, not Michael, the son, called the referendum. I remember big on the front of the newspaper, the Gleaner, the word referendum, and Mr. Mackenzie, our teacher, explaining that the Latin word for refer back to the people. I remember the political meetings in the town, and I knew that it was possible that Mr. Manley wouldn't win the referendum. The issue was, what were the Jamaican people going to get out of it, and a feeling that they were giving too much. The British hadn't put enough into that federation, and so it was to be paid for out of the pockets of the people, and most of the Caribbean people were in Jamaica, which meant that Jamaica was people were funding the federation, and that is why Mr. Bustamante won the referendum. I remember, like it was yesterday, Bustamante, who had a very broad Jamaican accent, saying on the night of the referendum, "I have won," and meaning I have won. And after that, Mr. Manley was driven out of power, and the following year, Jamaica became independent. I left Jamaica the year before, and I stayed in the UK. And the crucial thing about the UK is that I came here intending to be a Christian pastor. There's a library in Neasden, just up the road from where I live, and I discovered that I didn't really believe in Christianity at all, and that it made more sense to try to serve the people than to serve God. And so that's what I've been doing, or trying to do, with my life ever since. And I went back to Jamaica in 1997, and spent 11 years back there. And it was an important moment to go, because what had happened is that Jamaica was in the aftermath of what America and American-run institutions had done to the place. You have to understand that Michael Manley was quite wrongly and foolishly and wickedly targeted by the United States of America and the Jamaican middle class, who decided idiotically that Michael Manley was a communist. Now, I had done some Caribbean historical research here in London, and I knew from that research that Michael was an anti-communist. That's what he was at the LSE. His father took him home to Jamaica to create a national union to go with the Jamaica Labour Party that was the alternative to the communist-dominated and certainly left-dominated trade union formation that was there, leaving aside the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union. I don't know how the Americans could have perceived Michael Manley as a communist, and that misperception effectively destroyed Jamaica. If you go and look, you will see the rising crime rate, you'll see the rising murder rate, you'll see the destruction of the economy. The economy wasn't a great thing, but it had potential. And largely, that had been destroyed subsequently. So during the time that I was back there, the place that I lived in, on the cultural side, obviously reggae had been established in the decade of my youth and just after, before I left and during that phase. But when I went back, something else interesting and important culturally was happening, which is that contrary to the general view that dance hall was corrupt and that there was nothing good in it, I actually decided that maybe that wasn't entirely true and that there was something there to be explored. And it just happened to be the moment of Buju Banton, of Anthony B, of Sizzler, and of a wonderful movement that some people call street gospel, that was effectively gospel in reggae or reggae in gospel. And it was just a wonderful moment to be exploring the popular, because this was stuff that the masses were listening to, they were coming out to the concerts, and so on. In addition to that, it was a wonderful place to go back to, not only because of the fresh fruit and the fresh air, but there's a wonderful artistic community there. Painters of world class, pottery of emphatically world class, and more. So I spent 11 years back in Jamaica, and it was a wonderful decade plus one. I didn't intend to leave and come back here. That just kind of happened. And I'm now decided that I'm going to spend the rest of my days here, unless I get a whole heap of money that will make me comfortable with being there, which is one of the things you need to be in Jamaica, unless you want to, the Trinidadians say, scrunt, and I don't particularly want to do that. So the politics of this moment is dictated by the way in which America and imperialism impose neocolonialism on our territory. I don't actually believe that the business about republic particularly matters, but I want to leave that for the questioning. I believe that stuff is happening there around reparations, and that in fact the sentiment behind it is okay, but the whole approach raises questions for me. So I'm really keen to participate in a discussion, question and answer, after we've heard from Brother Leader Bandaka on Jamaica recently and Jamaica then and now. Thank you.
Giving thanks for that, Elder Cecil. Important information, and it's good to have people's personal connection, to the island, to the nation, and how we come to where we're there. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, man, me born at England as a result of a lot of these migratory, practices and relationships. You know what I'm saying? And Some might say fortunately, some would say unfortunately. I think I'm mostly in the latter camp. You know what I'm saying? But I say it's all good. And whatever brings us here, you know,
African come out all over the place.
I would say, you know what I mean? The most important thing is that we're African and we give thanks for life. All right. So right now, I'm gonna bring forward Brother Leader to give his opening remarks. And people in the chat, feel free to post your questions. We will hopefully have some time later on to open the chat so a few people can come on. Ask, feel free to ask questions, add to the information, or even challenge the information substantively, and we'll receive your comments and we'll read them out, or we'll bring some of you live later on. So like the video, Kings and Queens, share it far and wide, yeah. Share the video far and wide, and also do bless the Patreon in the description if you are so moved. Brother Leader, are you ready?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Right, me and Oliver are going to go into the background, and I introduce you once again, Kings and Queens, to Brother Leader Bandaka.
Tenai Mwari, Rumbidzo Kuna Mwari, Africa, to the God of Africa be the glory. Giving thanks again, Brother Shakara, for your work, for your commitment, and also for the blessing of having our elder brother, Cecil Gottsmore, to share this platform with us, with the wealth, the absolute wealth of knowledge and information and wisdom that our elder brings. When we talk about Jamaica, of course, we are talking about an absolutely beautiful land known as the land of wood and water, the land of the eternal summer. These are terms that have been used to express the beauty of the Jamaican land, the land of sun, sea, and sand. These are terms that have been used to describe the environment, the atmosphere of Jamaica. That is a gift from the Almighty, the Creator. When we also talk about Jamaica, we're talking about the land where there were indigenous people occupying that land. Some sources call them Arawak, some sources call them Carib, some sources refer to them as Taino. But these were real people, real human beings. And then came the Spanish, who felt they had a God-given right to just impose themselves upon the people of the land, claim that they discovered living, breathing human beings, and then unleash the most vicious brutality upon them, starting in 1494, followed by the British in 1655. More brutality, more barbarity, more savagery. Of course, this is where, not that there were not African people in that region even before then, because evidence shows that there were, but we know that the wave of that aspect of the Ma'afa, where African people were invaded in our motherland, enslaved, captured, conquered, enslaved, and dragged across the Atlantic into the Caribbean islands. Jamaica was an island that was used as an island specifically for what they called slave breaking. So that was like a drop-off point, and a point from which they subjected our ancestors to the most vicious, fiendish acts of inhumanity in order to subdue us to a position of accepting this evil system of enslavement. From there, brothers and sisters, let us remind ourselves that when we talk about Jamaica, we're telling the story of African people, our ancestors who resisted from the moment we were brought into the island of Jamaica, from
even before we got off the ships, we were resisting. We were fighting against this vicious and evil system of enslavement. And so we remember Nani and the Caramanti, or so-called Maroons, and the resistance, the wars of resistance that they waged against the British. We remember the Taki revolt. Shall I just put it in perspective, time perspective? We're talking about 1728 to 1740 under Nani of the Maroons, and we're talking about 1760 with the Taki revolt. We're talking about also the 1831 Sam Sharp revolt, where Sam Sharp uttered the words, I would rather be hung on the gallows, on yonder's gallows, than to live as a slave. And where Africans rose up in 1831, again, against this vicious, heinous system of enslavement. Now, bear in mind, all of these uprisings, all of these revolts, brothers and sisters, all of these insurrections didn't just impact on the enslavement system or the colonial system in Jamaica. It had impact right across the British colonial system, or the British enslavement system, right across the Caribbean, and even had impact on America, the United States of America, where we were also enslaved. We're talking about the 1865 Morant Bay Rebellion, led by Paul Bogle. Again, Africans rising up. So even though slavery is now so-called abolished, beloved brothers and sisters, the system of oppression, exploitation, and degradation was still viciously and barbarously in place. And our ancestors rose up in 1865 to resist that system again. So we're talking about a history of African resistance against enslavement, against colonization, against oppression. And this continued, beloved, right on into the legacy of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Messiah Garvey. We hail him all the time, beloved brothers and sisters, who founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League of the World in 1914 with the aim of liberating 400 million African people, which was the estimated total of African people around the world, and to build an African nation on the continent of Africa that could defend and protect the lives and the interests of African people worldwide. What a vision, beloved brothers and sisters. That too came out of the island of Jamaica. And the resistance continued. The Garvey movement had a tremendous impact. We know Papa Garvey went to the United States of America, where he reestablished the headquarters of the movement, but then he came back to Jamaica in 1927. And the response from the people of Jamaica was of a kind that was never ever seen on the island before. Thousands of people came out to receive Papa Garvey and to express their vision, the vision and the hope that they saw and they felt in the man, and which sent a clear message to the colonial oppressors. We're talking about, brothers and sisters, coming on into the 1830s, uprisings, workers' uprisings, sparked by the Garvey movement, if we understand the history of that particular period. And then we saw, let me say before that, that Papa Garvey established the first political party known as the People's Political Party in 1929, where he sought to organize African people into a viable political force and to strike out for our total liberation in that island. As I said, coming on into the 1830s, in the latter part of the 1830s, we saw the establishment of the People's National Party, which was then led by Norman Washington Manley, and then his cousin, beloved brothers and sisters, his first cousin, a man called Alexander Bustamante, then in 1943, broke away and established the Jamaica Labour Party. Those two parties are still in Jamaica today. They have been ruling the people of Jamaica for the last 78 years. They are a neo-colonial force that has been imposed upon our people by the colonialists and the plantocracy at the time to defend and protect their interest. They were well invested in by this particular element to defend and protect their interest against the interest of the African masses of Jamaica. And I just want to say very quickly, brothers and sisters, that this force is a neo-colonialist force that does not provide government for the people, but is an agency for the imperialist forces. The conditions that we see in Jamaica with their high incidence of crime, high levels of unemployment, high levels of poverty in Jamaica, the challenges in the educational system, the lack of safety and security that many are experiencing in Jamaica at this time is deliberately designed. And let me just quickly pick up a point that our elder Cecil made in relation to Michael Manley. I don't believe for one moment that there was a misunderstanding or a misconception of what Michael Manley represented. They knew he was not a communist. They knew he was not any kind of a revolutionary. They knew that. It was misinformation, deliberate misinformation. And the purpose of the misinformation was to indirectly suppress the forces of African liberation, because Michael Manley was forced into a position where he had to countenance a certain political leaning to have any credibility amongst the masses of the people in Jamaica, to have any political credibility, so that he could win the elections in 1972. He had to posture himself at least as a politician of some form of radical ideology. He was not that, beloved brothers and sisters. And so I just want to say that the spirit of revolution remains in the masses of the people. The Rastafari movement that was born directly out of the Garvey movement has always been in the vanguard of African liberation in Jamaica. I am proud I had the experience of growing up in Jamaica and going to what we call Nurse Henry's School and Jonestown Primary School and Camperdown High School, beloved brothers and sisters, because I was able to experience the revolutionary spirit that was alive in the 60s and the 70s. I had an uncle who was well invested in that movement at the time and who did and said things in the home that affected my consciousness, planted seeds in my consciousness, beloved brothers and sisters, that helped to get me to where I am today. That revolutionary spirit is still alive and well in the people of Jamaica, and all of the atrocities, beloved brothers and sisters, and anomalies that we see within the politics and the economics of Jamaica is deliberately designed to suppress that revolutionary liberation spirit. I, brothers and sisters, hand back over for the time being to our moderator for this evening, our brother Shakara Tatenda. Tenda Mwari.
And I'm right, Brother Leader, giving thanks for that overview of the history. And you know, it reminds me, yeah, that there's a artist by the name of Super Cat, yeah, where I have a tune called Jamaica, and he run down the whole history of Jamaica in about 3 minutes. So check out that tune there, that'll be Kings and Queens. But it goes into less detail about the African rebellious spirit than Brother Leader just did. So we give thanks for all of that. There are many people in the chat, family. I'm not gonna highlight everybody right about now, but I do want to highlight Mama Chenzira Kaina, who is a member of the parent body of the UNIA ACR RC 2020, which is the organization founded by Papa Garvey, Marcus Messiah Garvey, the most honorable. And so I just want to highlight that our mama is tuned in and locked on. Yeah. And welcome, Mama. Give thanks and big up everybody in the chat. Yeah, utilize the chat well, and I will trust me. I'll get to your comments and all these things. All right. Okay. So I want to begin here because, like I said, I want to focus the thing in the so-called post-colonial era and all these things. Yeah. And when it comes to independence, 1962, yes, the nation is made independent. We're given a flag and a motto, yeah, and a national anthem, yeah, and the motto says, "Out of many, one people." All right. Can I ask you both, what was the politics of independence? Yeah. What was the politics that resulted in Jamaica becoming an independent nation? And how was that encapsulated in the motto, "Out of many, one people"? Anybody can go first.
Okay, Jamaica became independent in the moment of the failure of the West Indies Federation. The people decided that, by a small majority, that the Federation wasn't for them. And there was a quick decision to go and negotiate with the British, who were already in the moment of being willing to create not post-colony, but near-colony. All of those places were well prepared, with leaderships well groomed and well disposed to carry on white power and imperialist exploitation in a new guise and under the leadership of people who looked like us. That's what happened in 1962 in Jamaica, and it happened everywhere else in the African world. Sometimes white power was brutal enough to try to say that they were not going to set up neo colonies yet. They were going to try to maintain a direct white power, settler colonialism. And in those places, we had to fight for what we now have, the allegedly independent status, which is the exploitative neocolonial status that works entirely against the interest of the ordinary African and entirely in the interest of white power, imperialism, capitalism, imperialism, that terrible system out there, which is emphatically not ours. Just one other little point. That Federation of the West Indies wasn't just the only one that the British attempted to use in that allegedly decolonizing moment. They set up one in East Africa, they set up one in Central Africa, they set up one in Malaysia, and so on. It was an instrumentality. None of them worked, and each of them had specific objectives, anti-people objectives in all of the places where they were attempted. The British put no resources into them. What they wanted to do was to use these connections to help them run the period after they had formally left. The one in Central Africa included Northern and Southern Rhodesia, that they were then called, in one other African country. A white ex-train driver, a man called Sir Roy Wilensky, was actually the president of the Central African Federation. A total absurdity. So, yeah.
Give tax.
Go ahead. Yeah. I think firstly, what I'd like to emphasize is that in terms of the independence of Jamaica, there were two forces at play. The spirit of the freedom-loving African people of Jamaica, who, as a matter of principle, wanted freedom, wanted self-determination, wanted the right to assume mastery over our own destiny. As I said, it was infused by the spirit of the Garvey movement from its inception, and that there was a resurgence of that after 1927 when he came back in Jamaica and his activism in the late 1920s into the 1930s. Now, the forces that be, i.e. British imperialism, had their agenda, and their agenda was always to suppress the freedom or the liberation spirit of the people. And so what they did was to work through their agents, their selected agents, to derail the true spirit of independence or the true spirit of liberation of the people. And so the logistics of independence were determined by or controlled by the British through their imps that they were working with in Jamaica. And so the anthem that you talk about, they composed the anthem. Mm-hmm. The flag that you talk about, they designed the flag. And just about all of the symbolism, the Constitution.
It's written by them, yeah. It's written by, yeah.
They wrote the Constitution, and Norman Manley may have had a role in that. He may have had a minor role in the process. But it's their project. And it's their project to ensure that this thing called independence would not displace them and their domination and control over the natural resources and the people of Jamaica.
Yeah.
So it was a sham. The whole thing was a complete sham, and it remains a sham today.
No,
because it doesn't to protect their interests.
I know you're upsetting. You're both upsetting a lot of people at the moment, yeah. With this assessment of Jamaica, because Jamaican people are very proud of with flag and with anthem and all these things.
I am Jamaican.
Right, yeah, we know this, yeah. But
I love Jamaica.
I want to highlight this element though of the motto, yeah, because I've gotten this a lot recently. In terms of not all Jamaicans are Africans, right? And the statistics that I've seen suggest that well over 90% of Jamaicans are in fact Africans, yeah. And then you got Africans who are, mixed with something else, but are majority Africans, right? Just this I'm saying. And so what was the consciousness behind what was the reflection of the consciousness of the leadership of the elite behind this motto?
Tendai Mwari. So, thanks for bringing us back to that. I'll be brief and hear what Elder Cecil has to say on this. Yeah, and it's an important question. Again, they composed the motto, like everything else to do with the symbols and symbolism of the independence project, and that was again to water down the African spirit, to give this notion that out of many people, out of out of many races, presumably. You know, we are this, you know, we should create this oneness. It would have been more accurate to say out of one, many people, from out of one cultural root, out of one content, or out of one geographical root, out of one source, one culture, one Africa. We are many Africans with one purpose, one aim, one objective. As Papa Garvey say, one God, one aim, one destiny. Out of one, many. As we say, when we have Shumira and we are at the shrine, we bring our people together. We have a ritual to unite our people so that we come to the shrine in a oneness, and we say, we are many, but many is not enough until we are one. Yeah. So our source is unitary. It's one source. We are millions around the world. We are billions, 2.5 billion around the world, but we come from one source. But this was called doggery. This out of many one people was called doggery. And that was to justify the, as Mama Amy Jakes Garvey in one speech puts it, the ethnic minorities dominating things, quote unquote, dominating things in Jamaica. Tendai Mari.
Elder Cecil?
I agree with all of that. It's important that to take a step back. I grew up in Jamaica with 1st of August being a major African celebration in Jamaica. And in the moment of independence, 1st of August.
Just to clarify, Elder Cecil, for those who may not be aware, 1st of August is Emancipation Day.
It's Emancipation Day, yes.
But they say them emancipation.
And our people who had fought, as your father correctly says, for hundreds of years, proudly, bravely, wonderfully, for the ending of enslavement, knew the importance of the arrival of formal freedom, the end of formal enslavement. And I was in a Baptist church in Rough Bay, and we celebrated that day, as happened everywhere else in the island. Brother Leader will have had that as a child. And what happened in 62 was that they substituted the idea of independence for it, and the 6th became more important than the 1st. And they've had to struggle back towards acknowledging the importance of the 1st.
Never call it emancipendence nowadays.
Yes, indeed. And part of that we have to give thanks. You know, the neo-colonialists have their faults, but sometimes they know that they have to mobilize around African identity. So we had a black prime minister who knew that you couldn't stay with the independence side dominating the emancipation side. And it's in that moment that there's a move back towards recognize. So there's all of that. It matters that the first set of national heroes didn't include any black people, right? And there's a whole movement to get Nanny in there, to get Sam Sharp in there, right? These things matter. It matters that, and I lived back there between 1997 and 2011. So yeah, and it's a place where people bleach. In bleaching, right? It's a place where people of our color, especially women, have great difficulty being recognized for who they are. I know dark-skinned Jamaican women who own their place, and they go to open the door, and the person who's there asks them for the missus because they can't look at them place. Or there. Now, this is one of the realities. So it matters that we recognize the statistics you were giving about the racial nature of the population is absolutely correct. If you count the mixed ones in with the rest of us, is 90% of we black in Jamaica. But that's not the national mood. It's because it's run by something else. When I was living back in Jamaica, the issue came up of inviting Mrs. Mandela to come. And somebody in the Ministry of Tourism said they're not inviting a criminal. Yeah, I'm telling you, right? Garvey and Garveyism is not properly taught in the place right now. Great course at UWI, set up by Professor Rupert Lewis, but it's next to nothing in the schools. And when I was running Professor Lewis's course, we sent some students to ask the Ministry of Education why so little Garveyism. And they came back with the answer that Garvey is Jamaican, the exam board is Caribbean, and the other people in the Caribbean are interested in Garvey. It's a good truth.
It's madness.
So it's not dominated by African culture, even though you look at the music, you look at the pottery, the ceramics, you look at the paintings, and it's nothing but African. We're the only ones who created anything in the Caribbean. And that is emphatically true of Jamaica. It's black people being suppressed, African people being suppressed, and the moment anything that can be called a national culture emerges, it's what our ancestors, your ancestors and mine, and our people currently are doing creatively that make that culture worth talking about on a world scale.
Thank you. All right, give thanks. Just to say on the Cecil, the ridiculousness of the rest of the Caribbean not being interested in Garvey is made a nonsense of if you consider the fact that some of the most populous branches of the UNIA ACO in the Caribbean were not in Jamaica. Yeah, Cuba had more branches, Trinidad had more branches, you know,
it's
and
absolutely true. And the population of those islands are just like, you know, the British Caribbean, just like Jamaica. I mean, Guyana and Trinidad, for reasons that we know of, Indian and African, but the rest of them are overwhelmingly African. And those places, you're right, were fundamentally Garveyite. Garvey did a Caribbean tour in 1937, where he never went to Jamaica, went to the Eastern Caribbean. And overwhelming. They had to keep him out of some of the places, the British government.
100%. All right, Kings and Queens, we're moving, and we're gonna get to a point where we're gonna be analyzing well, basically we're going through the history, the political history of Jamaica at the moment. So bear with us as we delve in. We just start with the independence period. There's more that can be said around that, but let's go forward a bit to a decade later. Now, bearing in mind that 1962 independence, 1963 is a massive onslaught against the Rastafari movement with the Coral Gardens massacre. And in fact, we could go a decade, well, just under a decade before that, to the sacking of Pinnacle in 1954. Bakawal. When was Bakawal? That was at 66. Bakawal was invaded,
down and built up Tivoli.
Right. So, which is now known as Tivoli Gardens. That was 66, and then you have in 1968 the Rodney Rebellion, so-called Rodney riots. For context, brothers and sisters, this is when Walter Rodney was lecturing in Jamaica at the University of the West Indies, and he left the country. And whilst he was out of the country, he was made an undesirable person by the government of Jamaica, under the premiership of
Hugh Shearer.
Now, to put that into context, Hugh Shearer was an African, to all physical intents and purposes, who was very uncomfortable with anything Black power, anything Pan-African, and so a lot of literature, not just in Jamaica, mind you, in other Caribbean islands, anything Black power was banned. Yeah, and the stupidity of it rose to the level of the fact that even books like Black Beauty were banned. Yeah, Black Beauty, that's about the horse.
People.
Yeah, that's about the horse, right? That even the concept of Black Beauty was seen as too radical. In Trinidad, Eric Williams is said to have banned his own book. Yeah, he wrote a book called Capitalism and Slavery, which was very informative, and then he became the president of Trinidad, Prime Minister of Trinidad, sorry, and then he banned him one book. Yeah, and so there was a hypersensitivity around Black power at this time. Yeah, and that led to Walter Rodney, because of the work that he was doing among the grassroots people in Jamaica, being made persona non grata, banned from the country, and the people reacting to that. Yeah, so it's a very broad question I'm going to ask. But what was the political climate of Jamaica that forced, well, that basically caused the government to be so hypersensitive around issues of Black power and Pan-Africanism in that kind of way? Yeah, and has Jamaica ever recovered from that such a heavy clampdown on the Black power movement in the late 1960s, early 1970s?
Well, leader, what shall I do?
Tendai Mwari.
To that word.
As I tried to indicate earlier on, that the liberation spirit, the revolutionary zeal in the African people of Jamaica has never died. It is still there. It has not gone anywhere. And we also have to remember that this was the era of the revolutionary 60s, where the Black Power movement in the United States of America, which was powerful, it was awesome, and it was impacting the Caribbean big time. It was also the era, again, the revolutionary 60s, where the anti-colonial movements of the motherland was also kicking. And that was also having its impact. If we go to the music, for instance, as Elder Cecil mentioned, the music, we see evidence of the griots, if you will, the singers, the songwriters, who were bringing the message and the energy from the continent and from the United States of America, and channeling it through the music. So the people were being impacted by the revolutionary forces that were unfolding around the world. And in Jamaica itself, there was a Rastafari movement. There was a resurgence of Rastafari. And that is why there was such an oppressive reaction to Rastafari. That's why Choral Gardens happened in 1963. That's why, going back as early, you mentioned 1954, but that was the destruction of Pinnacle. But the whole process started a year after Pinnacle was established. Pinnacle was established 1940, and from around about 1941, it's under attack from the same forces that constituted the political class of Jamaica, and that expressed itself in the PNP and the JLP. Alexander Bustamante, Norman Manley. They were the same people. Norman Manley, in fact, was the lawyer who prosecuted Papa Garvey in one of the cases that they brought against him in court, and who insulted African people by referring to the standard of the red, black, and green as a dirty rag. When the judge asks if he sees a flag in the court, he says he sees a dirty rag. Yeah, that is a disrespect that he had for African people. And so there was clearly and overwhelmingly, the spirit of liberation was very much alive in Jamaica at the time. And that is why they were forced to pronounce Papa Garvey as the first national hero of Jamaica in 1964, and shortly after that, to make Paul Bogle a national hero, and then George William Gordon. But Papa Garvey is the same person you ran out of the country in the 1930s.
Yeah.
Well, your masters, your paymasters, who you are obviously working for, had chased Papa Garvey out the country to the extent that Papa Garvey said, I leave Jamaica broken. The man said, broken in mind, broken in spirit, broken in pocket. And he says, I will never return to Jamaica. Paul Bogle was hung. They hung him upside down. They chopped off his hand and hung him upside down. George William Gordon was also hung. So why did they make them national heroes? Because they wanted to quell the revolutionary spirit of the people by appearing to embrace their icons, their liberation, these liberation icons. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, you know, the revolutionary spirit was very much alive, and it was coming from within Jamaica itself. But there were also energies flowing in from the United States of America and even from the motherland. Tendai Mwari.
Give thanks, brother leader. Go ahead, Elder Cecil. Just looking at the late 60s, early 70s, and that era, and the sensitivity of Pan-Africanism.
Important points have been made by Elder Brother Bandaka. The truth of the matter is that the world racist capitalist system has to manage the forces of resistance and revolution that we generate. And Jamaica, as Brother Leader Bandaka correctly says, was a major site of that. Now, the political party system that was established there was an oddity in the sense that the labor union, the major labor union, the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union, was led by a political reactionary. And the other side of it was led by a man who was also a political reactionary, Norman Manley, but much more sophisticated and much more aware that you had to take some kind of left message to the masses in order to kind of satisfy them, and also in order to try to outmaneuver Bustamante in order to make a place for himself. And then this is happening in the context of the Cold War. And we need to remember that. The Americans, Brother Leader is right about that, don't want what is happening there to happen. So the PNP goes further left than they want, and they throw out the leading lights of the left, and that is the basis on which Norman Manley manages, with American permission, to get elected. And then he loses it because of the defeat in the referendum. And that puts into place the reactionary political party, openly reactionary political party of Bustamante, by which time he's still alive, but he's no longer the leader of the party, although he's president for life of the Bustamante Industrial Trade Union. And that, importantly, there is a class or class fraction, call them the elite in Jamaica, that are monumentally reactionary. And those people are the ones who try to contain Jamaica in the 60s moment of the Cold War.
Mm-hmm. And
by the time of the Rodney riot, which has been mentioned, 1968, Rastafari is imposing itself. Radical ideas are coming out in the music. the importance of African consciousness is coming out in the music and the popular culture,
Right.
and they have to try something else.
Right.
And that's where Michael, as you correctly said, your partner correctly said, comes along, carrying the rod of correction, said to be delivered to him by the Joshua rod, said to be delivered to him by His Imperial Majesty.
And it wasn't.
No, exactly. And it was a operation of complete deception. But that is what the system needed to do in order to try to contain the spirit of the people.
Right.
Now, at this point, we run into a real difficulty because the system is so idiotic and brutal that it doesn't recognize Manley as its agent, Michael now, right? and moves against him in the most extraordinarily destructive fashion.
Right.
You cannot understand Jamaica now unless you know that Michael Manley's PNP was not a communist entity. And that what the Americans and the Jamaican ruling circle did against him was completely politically unnecessary.
Right.
And systemically destructive.
Right.
The island has never recovered from that. Gang violence, of how many people died in 80? 800?
800.
Probably more than that. That's the official,
officially 800.
That's the official figure. And when you get an official
figure, that's the election of 1980, by the way.
Right. Just as in 1865, the official figure is 400 and something them killed. One of them, who had all the figures coming through him as he sat in the Navy capital in Port Royal, said 1,500 killed would be a modest computation. This is one of them on their figures.
So all on there, because we're gonna get that dynamic in a second. Yeah. So right there, all on there, right? But let's contextualize the political violence by first looking at the economic realities, of Jamaica in the 1970s. Before we go there, let me just share this with you. Marcus Garvey was one of the first advocates of Black Power and is still today the greatest spokesman ever to have been produced by the movement of Black consciousness. A race without power and authority is a race without respect, wrote Garvey. He spoke to all Africans on the earth, whether they lived in Africa, South America, the West Indies, or North America, and he made Blacks aware of their strength when united. The US was his main field of operation after he had been chased out of Jamaica by the same sort of people who pretend to have made him a hero. And that's Walter Rodney writing in Groundings with My Brothers. That was about his experience in Jamaica with the Brethren and Sistren. And he's got a lot of scathing critiques of the government in this book, but it's an essential reading, Kings and Queens. Pardon me?
The deeply reactionary place Jamaica, and Walter's experience confirmed that.
Yes.
The experience of Rastafari
confirmed.
Really, still the experience of youth at the hands of the police confirmed that.
Confirmed that.
The capacity of the state to kill openly and get away with it. Confirmed that, and there's no movement against it. The human rights groups are a joke. I lived there for 11 years back 100%. There, and you know they're a joke.
100%. So we get to the Sorry, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Can I make 2 quick points?
Very quick. I do want to move it on.
Okay. There's something else I wanted to contextualize, but I'll wait until I get the opportunity. But let me just, if I could just make 2 quick points.
Yes.
I think it would be true to say, for context, in relation to the PNP, that there were radical elements in the party,
right.
that pushed Michael Manley into a certain direction.
Right.
including his wife, Beverly Manley.
That's true.
She was far more radical
Right.
than Michael Manley ever was. In fact, she attests that in the final analysis, their separation was ideological.
Right.
She could not go along with the pro-America, pro-IMF shift that he had made because she knew what damage that would do to the economy and the destiny of the masses of the people.
Right.
And she couldn't countenance it. She speaks openly, publicly about that. Yeah. And there were other elements, like, for instance, Trevor Monroe, who was in the party at the time.
In the party at the time, it matters.
Sorry?
Trevor wasn't in the party at the time. He joined later.
Okay. But he was involved in the mix. Put it that way. D.K. Duncan.
D.K. Duncan and those are the figure of the kind that you have in mind. There were left elements in the PNP.
Yeah. Dudley Thompson and people like those. Yeah. Some of who regard themselves as Pan-Africanists.
Dudley was a good Pan-Africanist, but he wasn't really radical.
No. But he presented himself when it suited him. He presented himself as such. He says he's a Pan-Africanist. Yeah. I'm just saying that there were those elements in the party who were pushing Michael Manley in a particular direction. Okay. And Trevor Monroe says that he, in a certain conversation he was having with Michael Manley, where he was trying to persuade Michael Manley to adopt a more radical posture. He said Michael Manley told him that if he wants to be a Che Guevara, he can go to the hills. He doesn't want to be a Che Guevara. Take it to the hills. Right. You understand? And he said, well, I told him that I don't want to go to the hills. I'm just trying to keep you in touch with reality. The other quick point, I'll be even quicker. I'm just trying to make you understand where
good information.
American people are, and that your brand of politics is not going to work. Basically, is what Trevor Monroe was saying. Right. The other thing is that you mentioned Baba Walter Rodney grounding with the Rastafari, but it was also the radical work he was doing at the University of the West Indies that was worrying the government. He was radicalizing the University of the West Indies, and he was having tremendous impact. And a deputation was, sorry, Elder Sister, you can jump in if you want. I don't mind.
No, and he wasn't alone. That late 60s moment at UWI, remember Rastafari called UWI "you blind" because it was UC, and Rastafari turned around to you blind. So it wasn't a necessarily a progressive place in its earliest days, but by the late 60s, some very important left figures were having an influence there, and Rodney was a big and perhaps the most important part of that.
Influence in that, absolutely.
Well, so we don't deal with the left, we don't deal with the left business still, left right. We don't deal with the left right business, we don't deal with the left and right and all them things there. We brought up that, you know what I mean? No, I'm playing, but I'm not playing, but you know what I mean. I'm being facetious. But go ahead, Brother Leader.
Yeah, no, I'll leave it there. There's something I want to, when you tell me when it's appropriate. Yeah. But there's something I want to introduce for context. Yeah. Which is an excerpt from the speech, the last speech that Norman Manley made to his party's what they call it now, conference. Yeah, it's the party's annual conference in 1969.
Do it now. Is it sorry? This is Norman Manley, not Michael Manley.
Norman Manley in 1969.
Do it now because we are moving on from Norman Lickle.
Okay. So it was when he had resigned from the party, and this is in July 1969, and I think it would help to crystallize much of what has already been said. And these are his words. He said, "It would be difficult to imagine a country," and bear with me because the lighting here is not very good, right? It would be difficult to imagine a country where revolution would be so certain to fail as revolution in Jamaica. Let me tell you why. there is of now no dictatorship in Jamaica. There is of now two strong parties who believe in themselves and whose members believe in them. Between us, listen, between us, we control the majority of the people of Jamaica. Between us, we control the majority of people of Jamaica. There is no great political vacuum in this country. The majority of the people are either members of the PNP or members of the Jamaica Labour Party. In short, when the fact that we have a loyal police force, a loyal army, and that our courts are working in a fair and honest way, you will find that not one of the classic conditions that makes revolution possible are present in Jamaica today. Right. So point number one, they were preoccupied with the prospect of revolution.
Right.
Point number two, he was cocksure that the control which his party and his cousin's party had over the people, there was no scope for revolution. Right. And I also want to crown that with the fact that the first four prime ministers and first ministers of Jamaica were from the same family.
Yeah. Related to them one another.
Normal Manley, Alexander Bustamante, Hugh Shearer. In fact, Shearer is a name that links all of them. Michael Manley, the son of Norman Manley. There was a brief intercession with Donald Sangster, but he didn't last any time. He lasted 2 minutes.
47 days, yeah.
Yeah. That in itself is...
All right. Give thanks for that. Important contextualization there. Kings and Queens, I'm going to get to the chat in a second, yeah? I'm going to get to the chat in a second, so don't feel neglected. We'll soon come to Uno. We'll just draw out all of the information we want to draw out, yeah? All right. So we get to the 1970s, and this is an important point now because there's a significant oil boom and all kind of different thing in the world, yeah. At this point in time, neo-colonizers are rushing to monopolize all of this oil around the world, particularly places like Nigeria and Saudi Arabia and so on and so forth. And it's also the point in time during which Jamaica and other Caribbean islands jumps into bed with the IMF and the World Bank, yeah. Now, bear in mind, I forgot to say this before, that I read a statistic recently that suggested that in 1962, when Jamaica became independent, 80-something% of the population was illiterate. Yeah, I've read that recently. All right, and I need to verify that, but it's something that I have read. Yeah, but what Jamaica is a nation that one had bauxite, yes, which is essential to making aluminium, to aluminium production, yeah, and was producing various different agricultural products: onions, peanut, banana, potato, ginger, all kind of different thing, yeah, and had its own agricultural. It's an agricultural nation, basically, yeah. But this agricultural development, as well as the bauxite mining, was basically destroyed, yes, by the IMF and the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank in the 1970s. Could you just explain the impact that IMF and World Bank loans and the American government, yeah, in particular, had on the Jamaican economy, specifically in the 1970s? And because I am asking you to focus specifically on the 1970s, let me just contextualize this by saying that from the early 1900s, the United Fruit Company had already long been in Jamaica, acting as an agency of the American government matching up economies, in indigenous trade, and also acting as an intelligence agency effectively against radical revolutionary movements, including the Garvey movement and other movements in the region. But that's prior to this period. Yeah. So what is the relationship between Jamaica, the IMF, and the World Bank, and what impact did that have on the Jamaican economy?
Okay, it's a complex question and a good and important one.
Yes.
Now, the Jamaican economy at the time you're talking about, in the 60s and 70s, early 70s, was effectively bauxite, agriculture, tourism, and money sent back by people like us. What's he called it? The money that's sent back.
Remittance.
Yeah, that, right? That's what the economy was.
Mm-hmm.
It matters that the bauxite was effectively sold out by the people who negotiated with the multinationals that mined it. And so we weren't, although it looked like a boom, we weren't getting very much because they'd arranged it so that everything went to them. Agriculture was in a kind of decline. If you go and look at the figures, you will see that cane was in decline. That's one of the reasons why so many of our people migrated in those decades. Retrenchment was happening in much of the thing. Now, what happened in the 1970s was that because of the attitude that imperialism took to, and we just have to take a little step back. Brother Leader was absolutely right to read what Norman Mandis said. And there's an immediate contradiction because the PNP didn't have control at the time of the other part of the masses. And it's funded by the, in inverted commas, leftward movement toward African culture, toward Rastafari that Michael made, that enabled them to win that election.
In 72.
And in, right, so those forces needed Africanist, radicalist ideas in order to mobilize them into the PNP. That was Michael Manley's major achievement.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that imperialism saw that as a threat, even though it wasn't. Michael never moved to nationalize bauxite. All he wanted was a little 0.5% extra on the bauxite levy. Right? It mattered to the Jamaican economy. What they did to Jamaica seriously affected the tourism industry. Agriculture was already in decline, and so on. And so it's that assault on the Jamaican economy for no good reason that produced the economic crisis that led to Jamaica becoming available to be additionally, for the economy to be additionally manipulated by the IMF and World Bank, and for them to impose conditions that were entirely destructive to the interest of ordinary people.
Right.
So,
You finished, Alessandro?
Yeah, I've landed.
All right, give thanks. No, much appreciated. Go ahead, brother leader. You're muted, by the way. You're muted, brother leader. You're muted.
It was also an attack on the projections of the Manley government at the time. As I said, the Manley government was forced into positions that discomforted Michael Manley. But the agenda that was being set was one of going for economic self-reliance, relying on our own resources in Jamaica, diversifying the agricultural industry, developing the agricultural industry, investing in the human capital in Jamaica through education, through training. You know, I was in Jamaica, and as young as I was aware of some of those things that was going on. You know, a war on poverty. You know, they brought the crash program in, where people, ordinary people, were given simple jobs to sweep the street and keep their areas clean, and they got a wage at the end of the week. If I remember right, it was something like $24 or $25 a week, which was significant money at that time. You know, I remember on the radio hearing this advert or community announcement, and I remember that line, "No bastard, no there again."
Yes.
And it came out in a song. There was a song with that line came out in as well. And to understand the importance of that is to understand the Jamaican demographics. You know, where the majority of children in the inner cities, many of them didn't even know who their fathers were. You know, and so it was again addressing this issue of looking down on certain classes of people because of, you know, their social dynamics and so on and so on. These were very important things. Issues to do with women, you know, profiling women and the rights of women. Beverly Manley was big on that. She was behind that, and there was a women's movement in the PNP. Where these women were very active and very radicalized and pushing forward some issues to improve conditions for women, you know, not only better working conditions, but also what do you call it? Maternity leave, better maternity leave conditions, and so on and so forth. All of that is what was going on. Now, all of that, if it was allowed to really take form, would improve the life of the people. Improve the confidence of the people. Yes? And therefore would reaffirm the radicalism of the people, which is of course what the Americans and and other external forces would not have wanted. And so everything was done to destroy the economy. So that program, that strategy would not work. Tendai Mwari.
Just to contextualize this a bit for brothers and sisters, so we're talking about the IMF, the International Monetary Fund.
Yeah, free education. I'm just throwing as well. Education was also made free as well during that time, you know, which was also very, very important.
And that's the only period in which education has ever been free in Jamaica, correct?
Yeah, including, and I remember this very well, including free, free uniforms, right? They had khaki materials that they were giving out to schools free.
Right.
So children now whose parents would struggle to find uniforms, you know, they had free issue exercise books. I remember that very well. Free issue exercise books. So children whose parents would struggle to even buy an exercise book could get exercise books free. All of those things are going on in Jamaica at the time, and I lived it. I remember some of it very well.
Go ahead, sister.
The question for me is, I agree with all of the stuff that you just described, and why did that panic the ruling circle in Jamaica and international capitalism? None of it really menaced them. And it goes to show how idiotic their racism is. Right. So we have basically minor cultural and minor economic elevation of the Jamaican masses, which is what the Manley program was about. A little bit of reorienting towards Cuba. Cuba offered education opportunity.
No, but Elder Castro, you obviously know that if you have a conversation with Fidel Castro, you are a socialist.
That's what I'm saying.
You should be aware of that.
If you make a favorable remark about Fidel Castro, you don't have to have a conversation with him. Just smile in his direction and you're a communist.
Well, yeah, I understand. Yeah, but that's what we're talking about. Yeah. How does it come to be that this man who is objectively anti-communist gets characterized by international capitalism as communist?
Right.
And
it's deliberate misinformation.
I know, but real deliberate destruction of Jamaica happens
because as a result
to nobody's benefit.
All right.
Because the thing, one sentence, please.
Yeah.
Check it right for me. Yeah. The measures that we just talked about would only serve to improve the lives of the people, which is one step closer to empowering them.
Yeah.
That's what the forces of oppression do not want. And so they're menaced by the prospect of the African masses in Jamaica being empowered. They don't want that because that's an existential threat to American imperialism. So I'm departing slightly from you for a moment, Elder Sister, for the first time in the discussion. I don't believe that idiotic. I think that's evil.
No, we can.
I don't think it's an idiocy. I think it's an evil.
No, we
downright evil.
No, we can agree that they're evil because when you do something that's systemically destructive, not to your objective benefit, and just go back as we have to and look at what happened to the Jamaican economy in the decade we're talking about. Systemic destruction. Jamaica had never been the same again. And America didn't really particularly benefit
from it. Right. I think I get the point.
Even the Jamaican ruling circle, right? And part of what happened, is that Manley, in order to ride the horse that had brought him to power, had to say things that he didn't believe in. You correctly say that he'd be being pushed back by forces. But there's some other things that happened. At the popular level, people were confronting America and confronting the ruling forces. So I remember a song, "Who Run from Jamaica, I Bet Guess It Forever." You remember that song? Probably by the Meditations or some group like that. So the popular forces were contesting the ruling forces and those wicked forces, and they saw, and this confirmed what you're saying, I think, but Elder Bandaka, that they actually did feel menaced by those developments, including the cultural ones, including the fact that Michael, in order to maintain his alleged control of the masses, had to be saying stuff that he didn't really believe in.
Just remember Baba Maurice Bishop's famous speech in the United States of America, when he talked about this pathological fear that America have of
black unity.
Black
unity.
And the impact that it can, the direct impact it can have on the black people of the United States of America. And remember that Grenada is even smaller than Jamaica.
This is true. By the way, fun fact. When Baba Maurice Bishop made that speech, there was a small protest outside that was led by, that was about half a dozen people out there, that was led by an individual Grenadian. And that individual Grenadian is the president of Grenada today. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's
okay.
I learned that.
We learn something new every day, don't we?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So he was at during that speech.
You should give me a heads up.
You must educate your elders.
Yeah.
Before you expose them to the public.
Yeah, All right. Okay. I realize it's a little known fact, but I picked that up recently in a documentary that I watched on the Grenadian Revolution.
Right. This is very interesting.
All right. To contextualize this a little piece here, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, yes, and the Inter-American Development Bank, These are three institutions that work together. Yes,
Yes.
they're related to each other. And in as far as the Caribbean is concerned, or the Americas in general, in order to get a loan from either one of them, it has to be sanctioned by the others. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And so particularly, and maybe this will go some way to answering your question, Elder Cecil, in terms of what they gained from this, America in particular, because what happened was they were creating economies that were indebted to America. Yes, because they were like the Jamaican economy became basically about serving the debt. So into the 1980s, I heard a statistic that said that basically 50 something pence, 48 to 50 something pence out of every dollar, Jamaican dollar, was going towards servicing a debt repayment or interest on the debt, that had been accrued by these IMF loans and these World Bank loans and these inter-American development bank loans that were basically developed in 1970s. And really what this meant, for just to give people an overview of what this was what the era of structural adjustment programs. What they do is that they give you a loan, but they give you conditions on the loan, and the term that they use is getting rid of artificial barriers to trade. What that means is, this is the terminology of the IMF and the World Bank. And what an artificial barrier is, basically anything that protects the indigenous labor of your nation. So you can't subsidize your farmers, you can't subsidize any industry for that matter, and you can't put any trade tariffs on imported goods. And so that put Jamaica in a position whereby indigenous farmers or indigenous agriculture couldn't develop because it cost less to import banana and lettuce and cabbage from America
and fowl
and chicken than it costs to rear chicken or grow
10-year-old chicken,
20-year-old. No joke. It was being sent to Jamaica during this period of time, right? So what happened? And so this was the IMF and World Bank strategy, they had the nation in a place where they were not even just importing food, but they were importing seeds and importing fertilizer. And so what they were getting is a debt economy, that was perpetually in debt, to the American states at that time, and by implication, Western Europe in general, because all of them control the IMF and the World Bank. And everything. I see Elder Cecil wants to make a point, so go ahead.
Yes. Again, what you're talking about, young man of insight, it's very important stuff.
Yes.
I think it's important to know that a big transformation happened in the economic control of the world economy in that 1980 moment when Thatcher and
Reggae
that they represent.
Yes.
So, and another step back, it matters that the provision where repaying debt, foreign and local, is prioritized in the Constitution. The Jamaican Constitution says that the first claim on the Treasury is the repayment of the debt. So that's been there since 1962.
The Jamaican Constitution that the colonizer dropped.
Yes, absolutely. You correctly characterized it in your first presentation. Absolutely right. And that's an indication of its nature, because right. So the IMF it hasn't changed a lot, although there are big successful critiques of it since, but it hasn't changed a lot. But the IMF in the 60s and 70s particularly operates not in the way that you're talking about, which comes in that Reagan moment when they set up some new structures and impose. There's a film called Life and Debt, which hopefully everybody has seen, which describes that moment in world economic change and world economic domination, where they say to Ghana, stop producing rice because you can get it cheaper from Vietnam.
Yes.
And in fact, they don't send them any rice from Vietnam. They send them American rice.
Yeah.
Where Jamaican agriculture, in particular dairy, right? Much cheaper.
This is a good point. So just to emphasize, they destroyed fresh milk coming from the cow in Jamaica, and replaced it with
dry milk,
powder rice,
coming
from America,
And so that development wasn't in place in Michael Manley's 70s decade, and that again, almost idiotic but destructive liberalism, which our people incidentally shouldn't have signed up to, right? The neo-colonial class all went to Washington or wherever those agreements were actually signed up to them, right? It's not imposed, or to the extent that it's imposed, it says something about how our rulers, black ones now, like us, how their minds are set, that they don't see the consequence of what they're signing up to.
100%. 100%. Yeah. And so this is the reality. There's so much things that we could go into here in terms of what this economic warfare, which is really what it was, constituted, and how it functioned, and how our governments bought into a lot of this economic nonsense that was being projected to us by these
World Trade Organization.
Yeah. So we basically them tell us that we don't know nothing about economics. Them know about economics, and so we adopted these policies under the guise of it developing some growth. Yeah. And the only thing that was growing out of this is American corporations. And British corporations and French corporations, and so on and so forth.
That was the idea. This is a globalist agenda.
Just to clarify exactly how calculated this was. These are economic policies that were being imposed upon a nation at the for the sake of getting money, a loan, and they tell you that you can't subsidize your farmers, but you have to import goods from a nation that subsidizes its farmers.
So heavily subsidizes its farmers.
Heavily. And I saw a statistic that they subsidize America for certain things to the tune of 130-something%. Yeah. So they're not paying anything for production, for the production of, to clarify, subsidizing your farmers means that the farmers themselves don't foot the bill for the production of the crops. Yeah. So the tractor them pay for, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? The tools them pay for, the land pay for, everything pay for. Yeah. And so, you know, their labor is heavily paid for. And so therefore it's cheaper now, because the government is footing the bill for a significant amount of the cost. It's cheaper to import those goods. And then that same nation that is telling you to import those goods, those subsidized goods, is now telling you not to subsidize for your own farmer them. Yeah. That is the hypocrisy that is going on here. That same nation has protectionist policies around importation to its own nations. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And the difference is that you're dealing with an industrialized nation versus a non-industrialized nation. So therefore, the power dynamic is not the same. These people over here have much more resources to take advantage of opportunities than these poor farmers in Jamaica, who need a little bit more help than these guys over here in America. So I'm just clarifying the whole IMF World Bank situation, and I want to move on to dealing with the violence that comes out of this, because the economy is depressed, and then there's a significant upsurge. And Papa Garvey is famous for saying something to the tune of, if anybody can get through the 70s in Jamaica, then we'll get through anything. 2 sevens clash type vibration. And so there's a whole heap of there's an upswell in political violence. And now we get to the point whereby we start talking about shower posse and Spangler and all of these things. Just give brothers and sisters, because we've already given some good context in terms of the people's organization, the revolutionary movements, and so on and so forth. How does that all descend into gang violence as associated political parties? How do we make sense of this? Because it's been a very dominant dynamic within Jamaica's history that political violence, has continued from this 70s period until now. How do we contextualize that, and why that rose up in the first place?
Right. It's important to understand that a little element of violence had long been present in Jamaica.
Right.
Bustamante was, before he became the political figure that he became, a money lender, and he used to walk around with a gun on him hip, right? and he shot dead at least one person somewhere in 40, 39, 40, somewhere there, and got away with it. So,
yes.
right. So the violence has been there. The society was conducted on the basis of violence. The estates, sugar and others, were protected by violence.
Yes.
This is tell a little story. My maternal grandfather had a piece of land on one side of an estate that belonged to a big man around the road, the Woodstock estate, back of Buff Bay. And my brother and I were walking through. Before that, the place, them run cow on it, so it was well manured, and then they planted bananas. Now, my brother and I, we're little children, going to the Buff Bay River mouth for a swim. And we're walking through growing bananas. You can't trod down. Two little boys cannot harm growing banana plants, right? You're just walking through on the way to the river mouth, from a yard to the river mouth, a few hundred yards. And my brother said, run, because the busher man with a big stick is spotted by my brother, and we run, right? And as he gets through the fence before me, he's 3 years older than me and taller, and so on. And as I'm struggling through the fence, the man throws the stick and hits me in my head. Kukumaka stick him have, right? And that's how Jamaica was, right? So the violence was there, directed against the people. What happened and one other thing that matters, some of the political competition between the two political parties from the late 40s on involved political violence. Bustamante had a seat in Kingston, and he was out-organized out of that place and ran off down to Clarendon to get a seat among sugar workers, and some of the organization against him by the left of the PNP involved violence, right? So some violence was there right from the start, and people don't talk about it, but it's absolutely true. Now, in the 70s, the parties turned to alliances with gangs. That's actually to do with money and with contracts and so on. They turn to within particular geographical areas. What they call them? What are the geographical areas in
Garrisons?
Garrisons, yeah. They turn to garrisons, and in order to keep control of that involved relationships between party police and gangsters, and that was violence, and you kept control of those garrisons using the violence of the youth that they armed.
Yes.
Right? And so a major extension of political violence to compete for political territory.
Yes.
As well as people who were developers, men with biggish money who got big contracts. And what happened, and this is all, there's somebody called Don Robotham, who was actually Trevor Monroe's deputy, who ended up as a professor of anthropology at New York City University. And he wrote in the Gleaner a detailed account of the relationship between the parties, the illegal gangs and dons and the legal dons, and the guns, and the extent to which they were in the 70s importing, Mr. Siaga and them were importing guns, but the PNP side found that they had to import guns as well. And there came a moment, people can go and see it, where Michael Manley is saying, desperate and confused, that I didn't really understand that the state could be taken out from under me, right? Because the determination of that combination of American power and the local ruling class, with Siaga as its leader, had taken Jamaica from Norman, from Michael, by physical organized violence. And you can go back and look at the footage of shootouts in the street in the late in the late 70s.
Yes.
And they did other kinds of stuff as well, including unnecessary shortages of food, including unnecessary shortage of petrol, including burning down of at least one old people's home, people dead, terror, right? That's how America and Siaga took Jamaica back from the fort that Michael Manley had assembled, liberating the progressive and radical and Africanist feelings that you correctly point to Brother Bandaka. And the island hasn't recovered from it.
Kings and Queens, I'm gonna quick question. I'm gonna hand over to Brother Lena in a second, but just a quick question. I want to know if anybody has learned anything new from the conversation we have so far. Just type a 9 in the chat. If you're learning something new right just type a 9 in the chat. If you don't type nothing from it start to know, just give me a 9. If you learned something from the conversation. Go ahead, Brother Lena.
Tendai Mwari. Give thanks again for Elder Cecil's insight. Again, which is always spot on and very, very important. I tried to give a sense of the background and historical context to the Jamaica that we are discussing this afternoon in my opening remarks. And I want to stress that Jamaica, what we call Jamaica as a country or as a society, was born in sin and shaped in iniquity. The sin of the genocide of the indigenous people of Jamaica, and the iniquity of the enslavement, the genocidal enslavement of African people. And those were violent enterprises. And the violence has always been present to maintain control. That is the context. And our attempts to resist the tyranny of the oppressor was met with even more violence. And sometimes the mechanism of the violence was of such that Africans were made to enact the violence against Africans. When Africans were made to whip Africans, for instance, on plantations. When, for instance, the Caramantes were corrupted enough, the so-called Maroons, to sign agreement with the colonial forces to capture Africans or to join with the colonial oppressors in any wars to put down uprisings. Again, that was manipulating Africans to carry out acts of violence against Africans in the interest of white supremacy. So that has always been that has always been in the DNA of the Jamaican society, that the oppressor, the enslaver, the colonizer concocted in the first place. That said, I grew up in Jamaica, and I remember Jamaica in the 1960s. I remember Jamaica where I was not preoccupied with anything in violence.
Absolutely.
You could sleep with your doors open. I remember going to church with my grandmother, night service, and coming back with her, dark, 9 o'clock, maybe even 10 o'clock at night, walking, and our church was not, was a good little distance away from where we lived. And she'd be walking with her grandchildren from church, and there was never any fear of anyone attacking us or anything like that. And I remember when the energy changed in the 1970s.
Right.
I remember. And the type of violence that ensued in the 1970s is nothing compared to whatever existed before. This was a new thing. Look, man, I'm in school playing cricket, and you hear a commotion, and you see two young men running across the cricket field, and you hear a police car squeaking into the driveway of the school, and you hear gunshots. This is a school, Camperdown High School, and we have to just learn to hit the deck. I mean, everybody had to eat dust while these two young men run across the schoolyard, and the police chasing after them. I'm at home in Jonestown, my grandma's home, playing police and thief with a little paper gun. Pishaw, pishaw, pishaw. And then you hear bow, bow, bow. And you look a young man come and drop at your gate, police shoot him them side. And he gets up with blood coming from his and running off. You don't know where he get the energy from. I remember a young man named Lassell Shaw lived up the road from my grandmother. I go to school, I come home from Jonestown Primary School, I come home for lunch. And the whole street is in uproar. Lassell just got killed. Gunmen came in and he lived with his mother, her only child. We used to call her Misha. Don't even know if that was her name, but that was our son's name, so we call her Misha. Went into the house. She had him under the bed. She pleaded with the gunmen. She even offered her life. Take me, kill me, leave my son, I beg you. And she cried and everything. And then push her out of the way. They heard a sound under the bed. And how the story go, they just put the gun under the bed. And it was machine gun. And just went. Okay? Mr. Blake shop. I remember Mr. Blake, we used to go Mr. Blake shop on Price Street. We lived on Maya Street. Price Street is just the main road that goes across Maya Street. Mr. Blake shop. You could go to Mr. Blake shop where you used to buy cock and talk, we used to call cock and talk ball to play cricket. And other little things that you get from Mr. Blake shop. Right? Sleeping one morning, I hear my grandmother and another lady used to call her Aunt Ivy, crying and praying, oh Lord, oh God, what is wrong with these people? And praying and by the sweat of your brow, you shall eat bread. Why them gone in and do that to Mr. Blake? What happened? Them going to Mr. Blake's shop, shoot up Mr. Blake. Everybody love Mr. Blake in the area. Shoot up Mr. Blake, burn and set the place alight. While Mr. Blake in there dying. Now, these things traumatizes a whole community. I remember as a child the impact that these things had. Mr. Foster, another shop on Price Street, the other side of Price Street, got shot as well, but he didn't die.
Yeah, you're making a very important point. Go ahead.
Right? So what was going on? Whatever violence was going on in the 60s, as a child, I didn't know anything about that. But coming on into the mid 70s, my God, man, it was such a transformation. And then the other thing was now the curfew, the police, the soldiers on the streets. You walk into school and the army is out on the streets.
Yeah.
And then you know, every day, almost every day, there's a story of some young man get killed in the newspaper. The police jeep turn up and him attack the police jeep with an ice pick.
Yeah.
You know, or a thimble. Him throw a thimble at the police jeep. Right? But, you know, there is a ex-CIA agent, former Angola station chief, by the name of John Stockwell.
Yes, I know the book.
And he has spilled the beans. He used to be up all over YouTube. I don't know if anybody can find it. I can't find him these days. But he used to be on YouTube spilling the beans. And he speaks clearly about the CIA having infiltrated Jamaica and spread violence in Jamaica through the creation of gangs and drugs and the spreading of guns, this dissemination of guns. My brother has a school friend, and sorry to be so long on this particular issue.
Go ahead.
My brother has a school friend who tells us a story about him being involved with a politician, him and some other young people in the area, pushing, pushing party politics, giving out flyers, you know, that kind of thing. And he said one day they came back to the politician's office and he pulled out his drawer. This is somebody I grew up with, you know. He went to school, Kingston College with my brother, right? He went to high school with my brother. They were close friends, okay? He's a brother that used to stay around our houses. I know him very, very well. Know his family, his mother, his grandmother, right? We went back to the politician's office and the politician pulled out a drawer and took out a gun and put it on the table. I said, which one on one control one of them? The man same nearly dude up himself. Fortunately, he made an arrangement for them to come back. Who want one of them have to come back and when them to come and blah blah blah. Him say him left, when him left the office, man, him run like him hear news. He never went back there. Right? So if he experienced that, how many more young men? Yeah. Right? You see,
sorry, just to contextualize, this is the situation now in an impoverished nation whereby economic conditions are only getting worse, and there are strings attached to being able to manage why them gone here, whereby you can get access.
Sorry, correction, Chakara. You said the right thing earlier on. You talked about economic warfare.
Yes.
So it's not economic conditions getting worse, you know, because the government's economic strategy is not working. The economic strategy that the government wanted to put in place, the IMF and the American government did not allow that to happen. They forced this other economic situation upon the nation. Michael Manley himself is on record saying the economic structural adjustment program has never worked for any third world country. And this was before he went to the IMF for this loan. So he knew that it was unworkable because he's on record saying it. You see? So it's not an accident. It is by design. And when you can wage economic warfare on a nation and render the majority of the masses of the people in a state of poverty, then you can come in with your machinations and spread objects of violence and self-destruction among young people. Because it's mainly young people. And then the violence from the state onto young. Look, Jamaica is officially the second most violent nation in the world. Jamaica is the second, next only to El Salvador. Jamaica's rate of violence is 57 per 100,000 people.
Mm.
El Salvador is 62 or 63, something like that. Okay? You have nations like Japan, which is 0.2, to put it in context. Haiti is 10.
Yeah.
You have Singapore, which is 0.2. Britain, I think, is 0.1 or something like that. America, which is a violent nation, is 7%. Sorry, 7 in 100,000. To just give you the context.
To be fair, though, Ronnie, they export a lot of their violence, but that's another subject.
No, but yes, yeah. Whatever the chicanery is, I'm saying this is what we're suffering in Jamaica. And it's mainly our young people, young men, and we're killing 4 or 5 of our young men every day. We have them killing each other. And if it's not them killing each other, it's the police. It's the state.
Yeah.
But it's a state directly or indirectly, because in the context of the violence in Jamaica, that is state manipulated.
Yeah.
When a young black man kills a young black man in the context of the Jamaican society, that's a form of state killing.
Yes.
It's an indirect state killing.
Yes.
And when it's the police, it's direct.
I don't want to cut you off in a Beverly, but because you're making
it's okay.
You're making a very important point, yeah. And
this is something I lived.
No, I get it, and it's important because we're dealing with history, and it's very easy to do with history in very cold and detached ways, yeah. But you're making a very important point in terms of the human cost, and not just the fact that people are dead, or not just the fact that we can cite statistics or economic relationships, but when you look at the mental health of the people in the nation that is impacted by all of this, yeah, it's something that we need to factor into our historical analysis, yeah. And so I appreciate that. There's so many places that we could go with this. I'm gonna do one thing and just highlight some text, yeah, that brothers and sisters can read on this subject. And it's a essay by the name of essay by a man by the name of Kevin Edmonds, and it's called "Guns, Gangs, and Garrison: Communities in the Politics of Jamaica." Yeah. And I'll read an excerpt for you. He says, "The rise of well-connected, armed organizations like that of gang leader Dulus Coke in Kingston, in Kingston's ghettos, illustrates the way in which the geopolitical climate of the Cold War overdetermined Jamaican politics at the turn of the century, where the lines between good and bad guys were often blurred and sometimes totally contradictory. This was the context in which, starting in the mid-70s, the CIA conducted lengthy destabilization campaigns in Jamaica, consisting of the steady provision of financial support and covert arms shipments to supporters of Prime Minister Edward Seaga's pro-US Jamaican Labour Party, and therefore to the JLP affiliated gangsters like Lester Jim Brown Coke, leader of the notorious Shower Posse and father of the aforementioned Dulles Coke. I'm gonna read one more excerpt, and the reason why will be apparent in a second. While the arming of the gangs in this new era did not follow the otherwise strict ideological divisions of ideological division, the JLP did receive covert shipments of arms from the CIA in addition to other social control tactical equipment. The ex-CIA agent Philip Agee later revealed that quote, the CIA was using the JLP as its instrument in the campaign against the Michael Manley government. I'd say most of the violence was coming from JLP, and behind them was the CIA in terms of getting weapons, in getting money. Unquote. In Jamaica, under Manley, dilemmas of socialism and democracy, Michael Kaufman suggests that Agee was even more explicit in that he charged that his former employers and the international aluminium companies were working with certain JLP supporters in an attempt to unseat the Manley government. Yeah. So I'm reading this to draw the connection between this social unrest and the economic policies associated with bauxite, aluminium. Yeah, just to highlight those dynamics, right?
And can I just introduce this to the viewers? This is a paper I was able to download from the internet. I hope you can see it. Yeah, because you can access it yourself. Edward Seaga and the institutionalization of thuggery, violence, and dehumanization in Jamaica by Professor Horace Campbell. Elder Cecily, you'd know.
Yes,
Horace
I know.
Campbell. Yeah, very well.
All right.
It's worth a read.
Give that
And it's on the internet.
Elder Cecil, brother leader. I was gonna ask you some questions to bring it up to date. Yeah. I was gonna go through the 80s and the 90s and so on and so forth. We ain't got time for all that because it's after 10 now. But just to mention the fact that in the 90s, the Americans developed what was called free zones, yeah, in Jamaica, which were basically labor camps, whereby Jamaicans were making clothes for big foreign companies like Tommy Hilfiger. But the free camps, the free zones in Jamaica were technically not on Jamaican soil. They were considered to be American soil, yeah, and a lot of labor exploitation was taking place in that. I even neglected to mention that Chiquita, the United Fruit Company, became Chiquita, and there was a point in Jamaican history in which Chiquita workers actually went on strike against the company, and they were basically sent back to work at the point of a gun, and 23 people were shot and killed. Yeah, in that demonstration, on Michael Manley and his radical attitudes or lack thereof, he after the ban on Walter Rodney in 68, he refused to overturn the ban when he became prime minister in 72, and for the duration of his premiership, the ban remained. Yeah. And in fact, he's on record as I've heard a brother who said he spoke to Michael Manley, and Michael Manley said in so many words, he's never going to uplift that ban on Walter Rodney. Yeah,
that is true. It's not the only thing in banning him. There's some more banning in him, and one that comes to mind is the tune "Fire Burning" by Bob Andy.
Yes, I had the pleasure of speaking to Bob Andy about this. Yes, I interviewed Bob Andy a couple years ago. In fact, it's the last interview that he did when he was alive. Yeah, it was I interviewed him and he spoke to me about this and the fact that Michael Manley was very, very sensitive about the dynamics of the Black Power movement and the Rastafari movement and songs that were being produced of that ilk, because he approached him about it at some dinner or something like that they were having, and he wanted to impose the fact that, listen, me had to read down around here, yeah. Bob Manley speaks about that in an interview.
He had to assert that
burning, it's getting hot and hot. Yeah, that tune there. Yeah.
He had to assert that him is the man. Michael Manley. Right? Yeah. He had to assert that he is the man around here. You understand? To show you the mentality where he was coming from. Right?
People
understand this Michael Manley.
I'm gonna ask you one more question.
Could I just just make one connection? You know, the CIA, Seaga generated modes of violence and donmanship in Jamaica. It connects with here and that Yardyism, and quite a few of the most notorious Yardies came on the basis of arrangements between the Seaga government in Jamaica and the Metropolitan Police and state forces here. And so it didn't just corrupt Jamaica, it's also a part of the state of affairs which we now live with, the gun and knife crime and
100%.
Deeply connected into that.
Absolutely.
Yes, 100%.
And another angle to that as well is that although the evidence seems to suggest that Edward Seaga and the Jamaica Labour Party were primary in terms of initiating the violence. There's plenty of evidence suggesting that. Yeah. But it was not exclusive. The violence was by no means exclusive to Edward Seaga and the Jamaica Labour Party. That there were some violent acts that were being undertaken by certain elements within the PNP as well.
Yes.
Dudley, sorry?
That's undeniable.
Dudley Thompson himself, who we mentioned earlier on, is on record apologizing for his role in an egregious event that happened in 1978, I believe. The Green Bay massacre. I'm sure Elder Cecil know about the Green Bay massacre, where they lured JLP supporters. You know, onto one of them army camp.
Yes.
And just gun them down. Just shut them down. You know? And shortly before he died, he publicly apologized for his role in that
vibration.
You know, and I do remember in Jamaica people saying that this gunplay was going on between, it was being led by both Seaga and Dudley Thompson. That was the talk at the time in Jamaica. And it also appears, and Horace Campbell suggests in this article, that they were both very good friends.
Right.
Despite how it appeared on the surface.
They
were both very good friends.
Okay.
So I don't know. I can't confirm or deny. I'm just saying somebody who seems to know what I'm talking about.
One ruling circle, you know.
Huh?
It's one ruling circle. So it's
well, remember it started
with a friendship group.
But remember it started with two cousins.
Yeah, that's what I said. It started with the family, as you correctly said earlier, and the friendship group.
Both parties are funded by the private sector organization of Jamaica, who funds both parties to the tune of millions of pounds. Yeah? So they're controlled by one source, which really is controlled by the corporations in Jamaica.
Okay.
Right?
Kings of Queens, but there, I'm coming to you soon, yeah. I'm gonna skip over.
Those same corporations fund the human rights groups.
There you go. Say no more.
All right, so I'm gonna skip over Free Zone. I'm gonna skip over Tivoli Gardens in 2010, yeah. And hope maybe these things can come out in the discussion, yeah. But you all have said a lot. You've given a deep analysis of Jamaican political history, but we haven't got into things like the impact of Miss Lou in the 1960s and 70s, and you know what I'm saying, and all these things that are on the more positive side. You've spoken about though the cultural renaissance that was taking place among the people and the activism that was associated with the arts and so on and so forth, yeah. But today we are at a position whereby we're talking about republicanism and getting rid of the Queen of England and so on and so forth, yeah. And so the question then becomes, well, after all this analysis, what should we be doing as Jamaicans, as African Jamaicans, as African Jamaicans in the diaspora to remedy all of these issues, yeah? And is getting rid of Elizabeth or Charles III at this point the right way to go? Does it actually mean anything, or is it vain symbolism? Yeah. Or is there another means by which we should be looking to address these things? And that's gonna be my final question. Then we're gonna take some things from the chat. I don't know how long you both have left. I had intended to end already, to be honest with you, but we're not talking.
We're not gonna run with you. Don't worry.
All right, cool. You know what I mean? So yeah, so answer that for me. In remedying all of these things today, understanding that everything that you've explained so far, the legacy of that still very much exists and impacts us today. I could have even asked you about the so-called Windrush and the impact of the loss of all of those minds and bodies sailing to Britain in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s and 70s. And what that meant to the nation in terms of loss of intellectual and people power and so on. But skip over all that. Let's deal with today and how we need to be organizing or developing our Jamaican people to remedy these issues today. What does it look like to you both?
Okay, let me dare to say there's really clearly no easy answer. You started off loosely speaking of post-colonial, and I know you don't mean it. I know you know your father's line and mine, that is neo-colonialism, and
Yes.
it's the same old system in a new guise, and the new guise makes it more difficult to mobilize again, because the people in that run things look like you and me, and they exploit symbolism, African national color symbolism that we're committed to, and they're to some extent on our terrain, ideologically and well, certainly ideologically, and so it's very difficult. In Papa Garvey's moment, things were crystal clear. It you know, there were reactionaries amongst us that there have always been, but the fact that white power as colonialism ran things was crystal clear, and you had to be blind not to see that, and you had to be comatose not to want to do something about it.
Right.
It is now more complicated. A lot of the stuff that we were talking about, where what looked like our brightest and best go and sit down and negotiate these idiotic arrangements like the WTO and that stuff that says that Ghana must stop producing rice because they'll come back, or Jamaican peasants produce little carrots, and they get out competed in the market by some big things that look like carrots but really aren't, that get imported from the state. So there's all of that difficulty. There's the fact that the Jamaica we're talking about, you mentioned it, Tivoli. 12 years ago, that state killed on its own figures 73 people. On Mr. Siaga's figures, 150. On somebody else's figures, 250 people. And then I was in Jamaica at the time, and a member of the JDF, Jamaica Defense Force, came on. The journalist said, "Is it true that you buried bodies in Maypen Cemetery that you had improperly killed?" And the nice young man from the army representative said, "I'm neither confirming nor denying that any of this happened, but whatever happened, it was under a state of emergency, and the security forces are entitled to do anything." And he stressed the anything, right? Now, nothing has changed since then. Police shoot down young men in the same way they bring in one after another security measures, search measures, lockdown measures. It's a long. So it's a very difficult situation.
Yes.
I've now been out of there for more than a decade. But when I was there, of course, the people had the same energy of resistance that informed our struggle that your father described so well, right from the beginning through to now. So that hasn't gone. But the level of organization, the trade union not doing anything, you can't get one of them to come to talk about the economy. It's a very difficult place to organize. So I don't know of any easy answers. And that is the condition now of the African people worldwide. We've been through the anti-colonial struggle, sometimes armed struggle, and we've all ended up under neocolonialism. And the challenge is this a permanent trap, or is there a mode of struggle that can liberate us from it? And I can't pretend to have any answer, but that's where we have to start from, because it's a condition that imperialism, white racist system, has imposed on global Africa.
Give thanks for that, Elder. So go ahead, brother leader. I know I've asked a very broad question, but tackle it any way you feel you see fit.
Yeah, Tendai Mwari, there's never any easy answers to a question like that. But we have to tackle the question because we have to end this nonsense. You know, and we have to know that it can be stopped. It's not going to be easy.
Yes, sir.
But if we don't believe that we can put an end to it, then we might as well lay down and die, because it's going to get worse unless and until we find a solution. And the solution has to be, amongst other things, in the legacy of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Messiah Garvey. And it has to begin with widespread consciousness raising. Just what we're doing on the show this evening. Making this show and the work that you're doing, Shakara, more and more impacting, more and more powerful. Everybody who's tuning in. I don't know how many people are viewing at present. But if it's 10, then tell 10 more people. And if this is going to be recorded, you know, the 10 people who are listening or watching will tell 10 more people. If it's 100, then the 100 people tell 10 more people. That's 1,000 people who would have watched this. We have got to raise our people's consciousness. And then we have got to seriously answer to Papa Garvey's call to unite and to organize. Otherwise, he says, we will perish. We have to unite and we have to organize. We have to build organizations. And our organization cannot just be around campaign and protest. In other words, reacting to their negative stimuli. It has to be a proactive agenda. We have to know, first of all, what is it that we stand for before we even talk about what we stand against. I don't know how we can know what we stand against if we don't know what we stand for. And if we know what we stand for, then what is our agenda to produce that which we say we stand for? In a nutshell, it has to be about nation building, as Papa Garvey demonstrated to us. And what we mean by that is, Papa Garvey, his guidance to us was that wherever we are, we must organize ourselves as a nation of people. That means we put structures in place where we have a governing body that we have mandated to have executive control over our affairs and over our interests. We have institutions that we are building, educational institutions, political institutions, economic institutions, healthcare institutions, social welfare institutions. Have I said education already? Scientific and technological institutions, housing development institutions, institutions that can advance every aspect of our lives. We can do these things. If we don't believe we can do it, it will never happen. But if we know that it can be done and we're committed to it, just as how we did it in the days of Papa Garvey, we showed that it could be done. Yeah, that is the approach we have to take. And those of us who are parents, we have to take seriously the responsibility that we have to make sure that we cultivate the minds and the spirits of our children so they grow up to love their people, to know their people, to know their history, and to be clear about their purpose as African people. This is my son, Shakara. I can tell you, as he knows, his first full sentence, and I kid you not, was Africa must be free. His first full sentence. I'm not saying it was as clear as I said it just now, but it was clear enough. Was Africa must be free. How did that come about? A record I had of one of the greatest poets I know, one of the greatest words artists I know, Anumiapo, with a song, Africa must be free, Africa must be free. I used to play it over and over and over again. When he was born, the moment he was born, the first thing I said to him in the labor ward was, you came into this world to liberate your people. He knows that because I've told him over and over again. That was the first thing I said to this child, just born, naked, don't even get a drop of milk in her mouth yet to comfort him. First thing I said to him, you came in this world to liberate your people. And I've spent every day in his growing up trying to reinforce that message, he and his siblings, trying to reinforce that message. And that's what we have to do. We have a powerful, powerful liberation tool at our disposal when we are mothers and fathers and we have this mind, these minds and souls to shape and to orientate. That's a powerful thing, because we will win or lose our liberation fight through our children and our grandchildren. So that's what we must do, brothers and sisters. It's as important, and in some ways even more important, than ensuring that they are academically successful. That's important, don't get me wrong. But to impart in them a liberation consciousness. If we don't have that, then they will use the academic skills that they have against our people, and we don't want that.
Yes, sir.
That's my humble contribution in response to that very, very important question. Tendai Mwari.
Don't worry. I am going to open up the line now. The link is in the chat, family. The link is in the chat. So if you want to come through, and if you want to ask a question from the chat, please tag me. Yeah. Please tag Shakara Speaks so that I can differentiate between conversation that is happening between people in the chat and conversation that you would like our guests to answer. What was I gonna say? Yeah, that's that. So I'm gonna bring everybody through. Obviously, you could ask questions, you can make points, you can challenge anything that the speakers have said. The only requirement is respect. Yeah, the only requirement is respect. And yeah, my queen is correct. Some of my son's first words was actually Tendai Mwari, because we told him that incessantly. But it's also true that the same words that my father's first words to me were my first words to my son. Yeah, in the Liba word, we tell him same coming and the word for liberating in people. So I say it go. And yes, his first words were something like Tendai Mwari. So Tendai Mwari, right? So yeah, join the conversation, family. There's been a lot. I've been watching the chat. There's been a lot that has been said, and I'm sure it will come out. But yeah, feel free to ask the questions. Tag me in the questions. We have brother or Mr. IC3 in the building.
Greetings.
Feel free to ask to come through. We got Professor Burge in the building. Yeah. In the building. All right. I've seen your question, Talawa. We're gonna ask it. All right. So in order of appearance, Mr. IC3, go ahead.
Yes, it's been wonderful listening to the experience.
Sorry, Mr. IC3. Sorry, Mr. IC3. That's what I just remember what I was trying to say a minute ago. I don't want to cut you, but it's important. Yeah. Just very quickly. One of the reasons why Elder Cecil, you were part of a debate that was held by the Gleaner at the end of last year about whether Jamaica should become a republic or not. Yeah. And it was a relatively good conversation, in fact. But apparently, well, me and my brethren Talawa, who's in the chat, we were blocked from commenting in the chat because we were bringing too much Garveyism in the conversation, right? So yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? But some important points came out of it, and I think one of the things that the Republican debate conversation allows us to do is explore a lot of these issues that we've been exploring today. It creates a context for that conversation, and allows for some political education. Yes. And as I've said that, I want to send a big shout out to Mama Kabu, Ma'at Keru, yes, who runs the Running African show on IRI FM every Sunday morning.
Healer.
You know,
Love that sister.
She's doing an amazing job, in terms of political education on a weekly basis. And I think that one of our solutions.
It's a show that I hosted myself on a number of occasions.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
But you are most privileged, yeah. And
is there anything you haven't done called liberation, LSS?
LSS in Ghana, Grenada during the revolution. In my whole
I know.
I'm sure he went to Ghana under Nkrumah. You know what I'm saying? It probably attended. Say again?
Slightly before my time.
Slightly before. Well, I was gonna say I know you were born in 44, but you probably did meet Marcus Garvey as well. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the point I'm making is that a lot of these conversations give us opportunities, yeah. And an important point that was made during that debate was the fact that it's an opportunity to rewrite the Constitution. So we shouldn't even rush this whole process, yeah. That we should be advocating for a mass education program, yeah, among the masses of our people, basically, yeah, to engage us in, what is politics and what brought us to this point, and what do we want to look like as a nation? What are our cultural foundations? What lessons do our revolutionary and resistance movements teach us about how we should formulate a nation? Yeah. And all of these things. And I think maybe education on these matters is very low. And so we need to utilize media and educational institutions to proliferate this perspective even more. And I think that's somewhere where we can go right now. And then, there's issues to do with organizing on the ground, and the fact that people that have done this work, for example, Michael Smith comes to mind. You lick out, get certain thing, you're likely for dead. Yeah, that's a reality. Michael Smith was a poet, by the way, a poet in Jamaica, who was basically apparently was licking out against the political violence and how the politicians were manipulating the people in Jamaica. And he was stoned to death, yeah, at a political rally in Jamaica. This is the poet that had the poem. But said, I can't believe it. Yeah, that's Michael Smith.
This Peter Tosh.
So that many people have died. Yeah, Bob Marley was shot. You know what I'm saying? Many people have died trying to forward this work, yeah, and so we have to bear that in mind also. But we have to be fearless, yeah, like Chief Taki and Nani, yeah, and all of these things.
Word song.
It can begin with a serious media campaign and a serious educational institution building campaign. That's my two suggestions. Right, Mr. IC3, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, just thinking about what you're saying here. The solution definitely is you've got to build a state or an entity or black entity or a state or a nation. And how do you construct a nation? So the construction of a nation then allows for you to, a sovereign entity, as it were, allows for you to then have your own banking and finance and so on. So addressing your point there, I'd like to ask the panel, what do you see as the way forward? Do you see that one should try and integrate within the institutions that are around nationally and work locally to try and make changes within this establishment, which, as you said, could end up getting killed, or, which is my view, that we have to leave the system running as it goes. Don't touch their system, but to form or create an entity, a global entity from scratch. A global entity from scratch. I believe that's the way to form a nation. So what's your response to that?
Anybody can go first?
Please take that first, Brother Lee.
Okay, Tendai Mwani. I think it has to be a two-pronged approach, but it has to start with our nation building a separate nation building program, a nation building program as independent of the system as it were.
Sorry, brother leader. Anybody who's not speaking at the moment, please mute your mic. Yeah, that doesn't include you on the test, but I'm getting some breeze from some about the place. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, brother leader.
And we define a nation as a people organized as a sovereign entity. So it's about organizing ourselves as a sovereign entity. And I'm sure we'll appreciate that sovereignty or reclaiming our sovereignty is a process and not an event. So, it's not that you put a structure together and you've got sovereignty. You put a structure together and you work at building and getting stronger and stronger and more empowered. And the stronger and the more organized, the more united you get, the more disciplined you are in the process, the closer you are to assuming or reclaiming your sovereignty. So it has to be a step-by-step process. But we also do have to engage in or with the system in some way, shape, or form, because we live in the society. The system impacts us. We have to ensure that we impact the system in ways that benefits our interests. And we can only do that from a position of power. And we can only acquire or procure that status of power through unity and organization. I hope that makes sense. If anybody knows another way, a better way, then tell me about it. We have to organize for nation building.
Do you know what it is, brother leader? Yeah.
Tendai Mwari.
When these answers, sometimes the answers them can sound because to say organizing can sound vague, right? But it's actually not. Like, there is no other way. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, I've been in that position whereby you're thinking, right, like, I want to say something more specific, but the reality is it is very specific. Yeah, people need to come together and put shoulder to wheel. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying?
I hope, Shakara, I contextualize it, and I see that Elder Sister wants to come in. I hope I contextualized it earlier on when I talked about establishing a governing structure.
Yeah.
And then the institutions. Papa Garvey said no race is free until they have a nation of its own.
Yes.
Your own system of governance.
Yes.
And your own order of society. So it's putting that system of self-governance in place and that order of society. Elder Cecil,
Elder Cecil, in your answer to this question, yeah, could you please consider the viability of setting up independent political parties in an island of like Jamaica? Don't forget what you was going to say before, but let's consider that point in your answer.
It's not. Independent political parties haven't done well so far in Jamaica, and a lot have tried.
It's next to impossible. Based on how the system set up, is next to impossible. It's almost a fool's errand.
Yeah. So I don't really want to stay with that. The crucial question that you asked is an important one. My own view is that global African nation the global African race is a nation. It's a disempowered and disorganized nation with its central entity, the continent of Africa, divided and disempowered. And if we are to survive genuinely as a race, that problem has got to be solved however we manage to solve it. We need a united Africa so that we can have the capacity to control our crucial resources and to have a base from which to fight off the enemy.
Yeah.
in the absence of that, it seems to me that we are in the profound trouble that we appear to be in. Outside of Africa and inside of Africa, everything that we can do along the lines that Brother Leader Bandaka spoke earlier about self-organizing and conscientizing is absolutely crucial. We have to do that in the meantime, but the central objective has to be a united Africa as the basis for our self-preservation and liberation.
Can I just quickly say?
Can I pose a hypothetical?
No, you can wait, brother Coffee, please. 1 second. There's people before.
All right, respect.
Yeah, tell them, Mari.
Let Brother Leader respond, please, and then.
Yeah, and I'll be very brief. I just want to attend that to Elder Cecil for making a very, very important addition, which is about the global connection that needs to be made. When I talk about nation building, I'm starting with the African saying, to count sand, you start from where you stand. So we start from where we are to build nation, but we must be about connecting with other Africans who are doing the same work so that we can have a global entity, a global nation building program. Yeah. And that emphasis about Africa being central to our nation building is also absolutely fundamental. Yep. So Elder Cecil is that intervention was very important.
I'm minded to mention the fact that a lot of what we speak about today in relation to Jamaica would apply to almost every nation in the Caribbean, and Haiti in particular. And some of the dynamics are worse, in Haiti. And so the question is even, is it even possible to solve these problems as an individual island? Yeah, so that's something to even consider. Professor Burge, my brother, welcome and greetings.
Hey, you start from where you stand, Shakara.
No, 100%. I agree.
Yeah, have to start from where we are.
Yes, but Professor Burge over there, where there right now? Because you're somebody who's traveling now, so we don't know. Where you there?
Well, I'm in Newark, New Jersey.
Okay,
so you know that's
New Jersey. All right, cool.
10 minutes from New York City, like
yes,
Brooklyn and Harlem and everything.
Yes, sir.
So,
all right.
Yes. I want to first say peace and blessings to the elders first. I asked for the commission to speak. Cecil Gusmore and Madaka and IC3 Black.
Permission granted, my brother.
All right. Peace and blessings, Sekou. Brother Sekou, that's on.
Yeah, peace and blessing.
All right, I'm gonna get to the point.
I should announce, if you're hearing the voice and nobody's talking, it's because Brother Coffee Campbell is on, and him obviously feels him too good looking for the camera. So he's but when you're not when you don't show your face, it doesn't show you on the screen. So there's somebody else on the panel, by the way, but you can't see him. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. See him there. All right, see him there. Right. All right, bless.
All right.
Yeah.
And then of course, peace and blessings to you, Baba Shakara, man. Good to see you, brother. Always great to see you.
Yes,
to piggyback on Baba Gusmore, when we think about, I don't know if we're familiar with the new BRICS, this BRICS summit that Brazil and China and them are coming together in regards to changing the narrative around the money and the resources for a different dollar to remove themselves from the pound and the American dollar. So if any resources are to be gained in regards to interconnection on the African continent, with the diamonds, the bauxite, the cobalt, the gold, everything, as a resource to create money in a monetary, dollars, an African dollar. In my opinion, would be the goal, because if we are identifying ourselves as African people, whether we're in Jamaica, Ghana, wherever we are around the world, however Africa goes is how we go. Now, I know it sounds as a big, broad dream or broad statement, but the resources, the money, and the funding that would be funded on the African Union, if you will, coming together could be a major game changer. Only thing about that is that you're talking about maybe decades down the line. Now, if we're talking about what we need to do today, I'm in the United States. We have new divisions, spiritually, psychologically, mentally, as we identify with our Africanness and those who are not identifying with that. A lot of confusion. You can only create or become aligned under one system. And when you have everybody all over the place, and I don't want to be pessimistic, it makes it difficult for these groups to come together. Most of the so-called more enlightened or educated groups, as we may know or realize, are divided amongst the Moors, the Israelites, people who are Pan-African, which makes it difficult to come together. There has to be school systems in place, educational school systems with a foundation on African-centered education and at the root, in order, I think, for us to begin a serious conversation around freedom and liberation of our people. It's been difficult here because of these new separations where people are going here in the Americas. I think that globally, we do have different groups. For example, Dr. Obadele Cambone, I spent some time with him in Ghana, talks about the strife of the ethnocentrism that creates the issues around the continent, where you have issues around people coming together based on so many different ethnic groups and making it difficult for just within a country, when we're talking about like the Biafra situation, the Igbo and Yorubas and things that go on, that have gone on in Ghana, things that have gone on even in Jamaica, when we talked about the different organizations. It's very difficult to get us on one page, but if or when we do get on that accord, I think we must start with the educational school systems that are African-centered and that are Black-centered, so that generationally there's a common goal and a common understanding in order to move forward. And I'm going to kind of leave it there, because I think these conversations can be nuanced and go in so many different directions. But I think there's a lot of confusion or divisions amongst people, especially here in Americas, Haitians, Jamaicans, Nigerians, and now African Americans not even identifying with Africa. Again, that's the pessimistic part, but you have to be optimistic to as I teach as a professor and as a high school teacher, constantly giving these informations of coming together as people of color, or people of African descent or indigenous descent, understanding we're in under global white supremacy. And I believe it has to start from preschool, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, in the annals of the education system. And they probably have to be independent, because the federal and state are more into the transgenders and this gender identity, and a lot of other places. Even me in the Africana Studies Department, you have diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, which is cool, but now they're pulling funding from the Africana Studies departments. So it makes it difficult to stay focused on liberation and freedom for people of African descent or people of color. But I am optimistic. I'm still optimistic.
I don't know if Shakara's dropped out.
Okay, yeah, Barbara Shakara.
Hopefully temporarily. In the meantime, I hear everything you say, and clearly all good stuff. I'm worried about where you started with the phrase decades down the line. We Africans don't have time. Fundamentally, we don't have time. And
definitely,
if we can't manage, right, all of those resources that you spoke about are being taken, right, as we speak, in the billions and trillions annually, right? And that mention of the bricks, you know, I think the brick moment has passed, and so Africans can't focus there, although
that's right.
Brazil is important, and then you have, I don't know what's going to happen this weekend, but they could re-elect Bolsonaro. God, you know,
But
so
my problem is,
getting Africa united as our most urgent task, right? And it doesn't mean don't do anything else. In all of the places like Jamaica or Barbados or wherever, it is extraordinary and shameful that Africans in those places aren't organized as African communities, because those states aren't actually African states at all, even though 90%
Cecil, you
of
sound fatalistic, because if you're going to say that we don't have time and you dismiss all the international organizations, rightfully, BRICS and EU and CARICOM and so forth, these are just bureaucratic organizations for the elite. But if you say that we don't have time, but you admit that the organization based on what you would like to say is very difficult, then what are you saying really? That all is lost?
No, I'm
Because
not saying
if
that.
10 years, if 10 years is not enough time, right? You really think that the African, you really think the African
Brother
world?
Coffee? Is that Brother Coffee speaking?
Yeah, man.
Yes.
You want to give Elder Cecil an opportunity to respond?
Yeah. No, our brother said decades down the line, and that was where I started. I do not believe that the African race has decades to move in the direction of considerably greater unity, especially territorial.
Well, I just want to interject.
Can I ask how long you think we have?
Sorry,
when I said
Professor
decades,
Burge, can you just let Brother
Give us a
Coffee
timeline.
land? Let him land, and then we come back to you. I'm just deputizing in Shakara's absence, so
okay,
that we just maintain some order.
Yeah. Only a minute. If you start now, then we'll see the results.
Yeah. So, 1 second. Let Brother Coffee, let Elder Cecil finish, and then by all means do come back and land, and then we can go to Professor Burge. Yeah.
So
all right, respect.
Yeah. So, you know, the places that have tried unity, India, China, right, in the years since the Second World War, the difference between where they are now and where Africa is matters, and the disadvantage of being 50 odd rather than one is what allows for the current extraction on this monumental scale and level. That's what allows for our lands to be being sold off and leased off under our noses, our fishing grounds around us to destroy. Fisher people have been doing it for thousands of years. That allows the stuff that we see in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Now, I don't believe we have decades, and so conscious Africans have to know that we don't have decades, and then work to solve the problem on the much shorter time scale that makes it possible for us to survive.
Yeah.
Because the current trajectory is one of doom. That's what I think.
So Brother Coffee, it seems to me that the thrust of Elder Cecil's point is that time is of the essence. Not so much that we have no time left, but time is of the essence. We don't have time to waste.
Yeah.
Over to you, Brother Coffee.
Yeah.
Are you
I
clearer?
don't have the. Hello.
Are you clearer on what Elder Cecil is saying?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Okay,
I
go,
don't.
go ahead.
I don't have that kind of apocalyptic vision of the future and stuff. I would prefer to look at what actually works and what don't work. So, for instance, if we're going to talk about the Chinese and the Indians and compare where they are now to where we are now and how they got there, right? In terms of unity, I don't know what Sesame mean by unity. Unity means different things to different people, but to me, it is obvious that those countries are where they are today relative to where they were before. It's because of certain specific policies that they implemented. Now, to say that the Chinese are unified and Indians are unified, obviously, that's not the case, right? But still, material progress, relative as they are, was still possible because of specific policies. And those policies came about because of a change in ideas of how people organize society, how people organize government, and how people see the non-governmental forms of trade versus government forms of trade, right? And we see the same thing whether it's in Asia or South America or those countries that evolved from poverty and civil war and corruption relative to what it was before. We see the same pattern, the same kind of same policies that brought the West to relative opulence. And we see the opposite. When the West move away from those policies and become more imperialistic, more government, more war, more interventionist in the economy, then we see what happening to America now and what happening to UK now, right? And the EU, right? Poverty, degradation, instability.
Could you just conclude your contribution at this point, please? So
yeah. What I'm saying is that Black people need a change in mindset, in ideas of how we view development, and the whole Marxist, socialist, central planning ideas of development not working. It's not working for EU, it's not working for UK, and it's not working for America. So it's not going to work.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Coffee.
One brief response.
Yeah. Let me just acknowledge Elder Cecil. Elder Cecil.
Yeah, go on.
Can I just acknowledge Shakara's return? Yeah. Just Shakara, just to put you in the picture. Elder's privilege, allow Elder Cecil, I'm suggesting we allow Elder Cecil to make a point. And then Professor Burge has been very patient. He's waiting to make a contribution as well. Right. So over to Elder Cecil.
I was going to say, before you ask Elder Cecil, I just want to acknowledge Brother Sekou in the building. I haven't greeted him yet. So just acknowledging Brother Sekou, who's just in the back at the moment while his camera's off. But yeah, we'll talk in a bit. But yeah, go ahead, Elder Cecil.
Just a brief response to Brother Kofi, who I know well from decades ago, at least 2 decades ago. I didn't say anything about central planning, and to speak of central planning and then say the EU and the US and the UK makes a nonsense of the notion central planning. And to say that India and China are not united is just defies the fact that we're talking about juridical entity. They're single states, able to do things on the basis of being single states. Now,
when I say unified, I mean everybody.
Brother Coffee. Sorry, Shakara.
Just add to what you're saying. They're single states with a strong national consciousness.
Yeah,
what it means to be right. Yeah, what it means to be Indian, to be Chinese,
and the difference.
And wielding a lot of power in the world.
I didn't deny that there were single states. I'm saying that everybody in that state don't think alike, so you can't really talk about quote unquote
unity does not necessarily mean unanimity.
To think alike. And that's the argument is not at that level with respect to my brother.
Yes, but Cecil,
can I suggest
those countries only became wealthier because of specific policies and specific
Absolutely.
ideas implemented.
Absolutely.
Good.
And it's the absence of those specific policies, and Africa's current state has a history that we're perfectly able to talk about. Decisions were made on our continent in the 50s and 60s that where the Western view of what should happen prevailed against the Garveyite and the Nkrumahist one that were
No, that's not true. That's not true. The developmental model post World War II was central planning. It was. Right? And
sorry,
every single
sorry, maybe I can help here.
One last point. It is true that in the post-war period, central planning in the Marxist states and some commitment to central planning in social democratic states was the model of development. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that in our continental homeland, in the 1950s and 60s, the West managed to persuade the majority of African leaders that they did not need the model of unity, that is to say, a single state, that was being advocated by a minority of African leaders led by Kwame Nkrumah. And that is
state of Africa.
And that has had the consequences that we
have. Just a question. Just for clarity.
Hold on. Maybe this can help, right? Because let's cut through the foolishness at the moment. Yeah. Okay. First and foremost, yeah. When Coffee's talking about specific policies, Coffee's a Reaganite, yeah? This is what we're talking about, right? So he's
come on, man. Stop the ad hominems. Come on, man. Come on.
Reaganite is not an insult. It's not an insult. It's a political
capitalist policies precede Reagan. Come on, man. Don't do that to dismiss what I say.
I'm not dismissing what you're saying. I'm highlighting.
Free market policies were before Reagan. So come on.
Listen, please, right? Okay. We're talking about free market fundamentalism, yeah. So this anti sorry, really, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, Shakara.
Yes.
The subtext seems to be that our brother wants us to afford him his proper title. Seems that he wants to be referred to as a capitalist rather than a
Reaganite. Yeah. But
no, man,
I think we should grant him his wish.
I
think you should withdraw the Reagan.
Just talk about policies and put aside names for a second.
I will not. Hold on.
And give him his proper title.
No, because sorry, I hear you, but the reason why I would not afford you the idea of putting aside policies and putting aside names and dealing policies is because I don't believe that you've afforded that to Elder Cecil and Brother Leader since you've been in the chat today. So we're not going to do that.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
One second. Right. So what we're dealing with, yeah, is a situation where we have to define what unity means, as opposed to mischaracterizing what unity means. Because wherever policies Europe were enacting after World War II, they did so in concert with each other while developing institutions.
No, that's not true.
Excuse me. It is 100% true. Listen to me carefully.
There were divisions within the EU. There were always divisions. UK always saw itself as an...
Excuse
me. Brother Coffee.
Hold on. It is a fact. Again, unity does not mean an absence of disagreement. Unity does not mean an absence of differing ideas. Unity does not mean even an absence of dissent. What we're talking about is...
In other words, Brother Shakara, unity does not necessarily mean the unanimity.
Exactly, right? So we're talking about Western Europe after World War II. One thing that they were united in during World War II is that Nazi for dead. The main thing that they were united on...
No, they weren't united on that either.
Sorry.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
I'm not sure this conversation is going to...
No, it will. But if one allows me to finish, right? what's it called? So the Western Europe unites against the Nazis. The other thing, what they united on after World War II was that the Soviet Union should not gain significant power in Europe and in the rest of the world. When you see institutions such as the IMF, such as the World Bank, such as the European Economic Community, which becomes the European Union, the development of the World Trade Organization, the development of the United Nations.
It's the United Nations alone, yeah.
Right. These are all institutions that are ensuring a certain level of unity among Western nations, that they can act in each other's interest. This is the reason why it was said during the Brexit debate, when the people then was talking about Brexit, they said, listen, the European Union has presided over the longest period of what? Peace. In
yes,
European
but they're bankrupt now.
And
they're bankrupt now. If they're fighting for European interests, why is it that they're bankrupt now?
Coffee, you have a very bad habit of interrupting people.
Sorry.
Yeah, Brother Coffee, can I suggest that the legitimacy of your passion notwithstanding, we need to exercise some discipline?
It's very simple.
So that we can hold your head.
That's right.
Right.
Respect.
Right.
All right. Sometimes we just have to come up for air, and in the meantime, allow someone else to say something. Yeah.
Right. So when we talk about these institutions, when you talk about unity, functional and operational, it is made manifest in the institutions. We live in a world that has institutions that is dominated by a global entity called the West, a geopolitical entity that is called the West. And whatever disagreements they have with each other, they are duty bound to act in each other's interest, and 9 times out of the 10 they tend to do so. This is what you call operational, functional, and principled unity. It's the reason why Russia today is banned on Twitter right now. Yes, because Russia is not reading the Western script. It's the reason why there is nowhere in the Western world that you're going to find media that is pro-Russia in relation to the war with Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia right about now. It's the reason why a NATO, a North Atlantic Treaty Organization, exists, to create military solidarity between the nations of Western Europe and their allies. That is...
Okay, point taken. Professor Burge has been waiting patiently.
No, let me just respond quickly. Respond.
I'll take coffee response quickly, and then I'll go to Professor.
Right. Okay, so EU today is an example.
Yet, so.
Yeah. All right. So EU today is an example of what I'm talking about. It is not any mythical unity of interest that made EU relatively prosperous. Is certain economic ideas, because today EU is bankrupt because of certain policies, and even though they claim to be the interest of Europeans, they are bankrupting Europeans. Germans have to be now burning firewood to stay alive in winter. EU and these international bureaucracies, whether it's AU or EU or CARICOM, they don't care about the common people. Their interest is not Europe or Africa. Their interest is their own bureaucratic class. And that is what I mean when I say it is ideas that inform specific policies that make positive change, not any mythical, idealistic view of bureaucratic unity or OAU or EU or the transatlantic and Atlantic treaty or whatever, right? These things don't make people wealthier or freer. It's actually the opposite, and that's the point.
However, we're talking about sovereignty and nation building. So
I'm saying nation building, it has to be bottom up. It has to be bottom up.
Brother Coffee, do you think your point might have been well made?
If we were just dealing with wealth management and wealth development, then you may have a point, and I'm not even sure that's the case, because, like I said, geopolitical entity exists called the West.
Sorry, brother Shakara, I wonder if Brother Coffee feels he's had a good crack of the whip and his point of view has been well made.
Yeah, we'll come back to it.
I wonder if he has any sympathy with Professor Burge, who has been so patient.
Yeah, we'll come back.
Not to mention Brother Seko Kelly.
Yeah, we'll come back to it. Go ahead, brother Professor.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify the first reason why I brought up the situation with the monetary of the BRICS with China and Brazil is that they're putting pressure on the American dollar. And so if you're able to do that with the resources that the continent of Africa has, or when that happens, when you have all of these governments, I sort of kind of understand what Kofi is referring to in regards to you have these specific methodology of how these capitalist systems work. And they've, and I don't know if I'm speaking wrong, they've been able to monetize and control the world by doing that. Now, grassroots, us coming from a grassroots position, I know that's where I'm coming from. A lot of times that refers to, you know, these socialist Marxist ideologies. Depends on how you frame it and how you look at that. At some point, Africa's resources have to be monetized as continental Africa, as a continent, and that only leads to power for Haiti, Jamaica, in my opinion, African Americans or whoever. And however that process is, I think that's the question. How does, when I mentioned Dr. Obadele Cambone, and as he spoke to, I mentioned earlier, the ethnocentrism in regards to each ethnic group. And from how I learned with Kwame Nkrumah, how he was able to get, you know, Ga-Twi, Akans, and different ethnic groups over time to begin to come together, even in Ghana, to me, has to happen as a collective in the continent.
No, you're correct.
In order to be able to collectivize the resources, to then gain power as a collective in Africa and the diaspora, which we could do now. And I didn't mean Brother Cecil, Elder Cecil, like sometime later, decades later. I said if we work now, you'll see the benefits coming, you know, for decades to come. That's specifically what I was referring to, because majority of the continent is much younger, and as much as issues as we've had, and I'll begin to cut it short, in regards to all the divisions, especially in Nigeria, and we can go on with the corruption. That's probably going to be an issue. Hopefully we could navigate and get through that. But if we don't collectivize all ethnic groups, countries to come together to monetize, you know, bauxite, gold, cobalt, oil, the resources to create an African dollar that would, I don't want to say Trump, but that would be the most powerful, that whatever we want to call it, it ain't got to be a dollar or whatever. To me, I think that needs to be the goal, and then the bigger goal.
If it is government control, it will end up just like the American dollar. If it is government control, central bank dollar,
hopefully we'll have a different. I agree. I agree.
It has to be privatized. You have to go back to the free banking era.
Sorry.
No, I agree, but hopefully it will come
civilization.
Sorry, we have to be disciplined on the panel, yeah. As was already said, Brother Seku's waiting to speak. I do have a response to what Professor Burge is saying as well, but I'm holding it even as the host of the platform, yes, for the sake of allowing Brother Seku to come on. All right. Go ahead, Brother Seku.
Yeah, peace and blessings to.
Sorry, one second, Brother Seku. Sorry, Brother Leader, your mic is muted. I can't hear what you're saying.
Sorry, Brother Shakara, can we agree a finishing time?
Yeah, I was going to suggest, I don't know how long my guests have left, but it is coming up to 12 o'clock. I was going to come to after Brother Seku spoke. I didn't want to curtail him after he's doing it patiently. Yeah, it's 25 minutes past 11 at the moment. So UK time that is. So yeah, I don't know how. It's up to the guests. How long do you have left, Brother Leader?
I'll work with Elder Cecil, but we need to have.
Elder Cecil look very relaxed right now, you know, still. So.
Well, let's do another half an hour and then.
All right, cool.
End at midnight.
Yeah, that's good for me. That's good for me. Go ahead, Brother Seku.
Yes, peace and blessings, and peace to all the elders in the building. My name is Seku Kele. I'm a Liberian, and I'm reporting here from Canada. That's where I live for now, but I'm a Liberian. This discussion is very interesting to me, the issue of sovereignty and nation building, because this is where we are right now in the world. I've traveled around, and anywhere you go, you meet Black people. We are always at the bottom of the ladder. It doesn't matter whether we are majority or minority, anywhere. If you go to South Africa, the Europeans are minority there, but they are in charge. So if you go to the USA, the Black people, American will say, oh, because we are minority, that's why we are not in charge. No. So everywhere you go, whether we are minority or majority, we are not in charge. So there is a fundamental issue. Something is wrong. I think that's where our people are saying, what do we do? And then how do we build a nation that is our own and also guide our sovereignty? And sovereignty, to me, there's economic sovereignty, political sovereignty, and military sovereignty. And when you look at all African nations, they don't have these things. There is not a single African country today that has economic, political, and military sovereignty. None. All of them are owned by Europe. So we have to agree at some point that the Europeans have organized themselves, whether it happened by default or it happened because they were able to have resources outside Europe, but they came along and built themselves on the Greco-Roman values and organized their country. They don't always agree on something, but there's one thing they agree on. They agree that they are superior. They all agree that they must support themselves and exploit other nations. You never hear European Union condemn France for exploiting West African countries. You never hear any European country condemning United States for attacking Iraq or doing anything. No, they have an agenda. They have a plan to see themselves as allies. And this is what is lacking in the African world. We are not allies. And we are not united. We don't have the same agenda. We are in the same boat, but our destination seems to be different. So for that reason, we are stuck. So for me, really, what I want this panel to explain is the issue of how the Pan-Africanists were betrayed on the African continent. The Garvey, students of Garvey, like Kwame Nkrumah or the Socio-Cultural, saying these people were betrayed and removed from power. If someone speaks of African unity today and say it's going to happen in a few decades, for me, I'm not sure. I believe it will happen, but to say it's going to happen right now, I don't really believe it, because all the students of Garvey have been dethroned on the continent. We have European puppet in charge, and they are trying to be pessimistic, and they are miseducating the new generation to kick against this unity. So I think we are in one good example I will give you is Haiti. Haiti went to join the African Union. And guess what? African countries voted against that. And they said Haiti has to be an observer. But guess what has happened in Israel? From the Middle East came to join the African Union. And there were more than 30 countries that were willing to add Israel to the list. And Israel is not on the continent. And here is Haiti, our people. And they have come, and Nigeria is not out there to support Haiti. Senegal, Mali, because the people in power are European puppets, and they do not want the African geopolitics to include the Caribbean, because that's a lot of power. If Africa have a geopolitical system that include the Caribbean, you understand the kind of trade we're going to have. You understand the kind of we can sanction any country collectively, and that country economy will collapse. But they don't want such a unity, and they are poisoning the African system. So for me, really, we are in a very big problem. So there's an elder here that spoke and said, can we develop a system outside the actual system that is going on right now, and then offset the global order right now? I think that's what Pan-Africanists have to develop independently of the system. That's the only way we can build ourselves. Just like the Zionists did, build themselves, whether it be an online or whatever. But we need to build a Pan-African system outside these African states, and then start to plant our people into strategic position. But right now, to replace these guys, I think we have a big problem. That's what I wanted to say.
I see free. I see your hand. I'm just gonna see if Elder Cecil and Brother Leader have any responses to what has been said, and then we'll come back to you.
I think the debate can continue with me just listening for a while.
I agree.
All right, go ahead. I see free.
Yes, this is the discussion. You know, sovereignty. That word, you see, sovereignty, nationhood, global entity. That's it. Now, over the past few weeks, I've been on a lot of streams talking on African streams, talking about unity and how to organize globally and effectively. And a lot of the Africans have been saying, look, all this. They don't like the word unity, because when they hear the word unity, this is the impression I've been getting by going on to these different streams. They don't like the word unity because they see it, they take it as they're going to lose their sovereignty in some global entity that's going to override their individual sovereignty. So they don't like it. What angle you come up, they're not going to take it. So watch this. So what I did, I went away and came up with an idea, and then I was presenting this to them. Yeah. So I was saying, look, why not have NATO, right? It's a Northern Atlantic Treaty Organization. Why not have something like a BETO? This is a discussion document.
North
So it's all
Atlantic.
scribbled on because yeah, North Atlantic. Sorry, yeah, North Atlantic. So I was saying, why Black African Treaty Organization? I was saying to them, you know, why don't we have something like that? So they said, well, what are you talking about? I'm saying, look, what if there's a central organization, and this central organization works just like NATO, but all the African entities, sovereign entities, remain as sovereign entities, and they only come together for treaties. So they like that. They said, yes, we like the idea. So it's just a central organization that stores the treaties and agreements between sovereign entities, and then that a global Black sovereign entity which allows the conservation of all the sovereign entities to remain, to keep their identity. Then that central organization then can strategically organize, which is what Brother Sekou said, strategically organize sanctions, because the real power is not the guns, it's sanctions. So a centralized Black African Treaty Organization can then focus the sanctions strategically to affect the system of white supremacy anywhere on the globe.
But the issue is this, Mr. IC3. What you're saying is not divorced from what Black Power, Pan-African revolutionary movements and organizations have been trying to establish for over a century at this point. Yeah, I disagree slightly with when you say the real power is not with the gun, it's with the sanctions, because they work hand in hand. Yes, it's the reason why nations can be invaded for refusing to go along with the script. It's the reason why, for example, America can invade Haiti and kidnap the president, right, of the country, yeah, because of its military power. It's the reason why they can fund, they don't even necessarily have to invade anymore. They can fund paramilitary groups and organizations within nations to act in their own interest, right? It's the reason why when Africans in Nigeria campaign and protest against the ecocide that is being committed in the Niger Delta, the Nigerian army comes and shoots them down. Yeah, it's because they're being trained, for example, by Afrikan. Yeah, right, and they're serving the interest of their geopolitical masters, which is Western Europe, as it stands right about now. And this is the point, yeah, that is lost on us when we start to deal with the economic propaganda of Western Europe, particularly as it comes from people like Milton Friedman, and so on, because how it is applied to us as African people is not how it's applied to them. So they would like to
Yeah, but
convince.
it's the same economic
They would
laws
like
apply
to
to
convince
them.
sorry,
That's why they are bankrupt
sorry,
today.
they would
The
like to
same
convince.
economic laws.
They would like to
When
convince.
Milton Friedman,
Excuse
when
me.
Milton Friedman said that
Excuse
you
me.
need a
Excuse me. Thank you very much. They would like to convince you that they
Brother
have.
Coffee, suppose we all just interject as we feel like. How do you think discussion would go? Everybody just jump in as they feel like.
Well, sometimes freestyle discussions are the more lively and informative. But I agree. I agree. Continue.
We can't ask politely. We ask the moderator to give way to let us in, rather than just jump in and start and assume that we can just commandeer the space.
But it's a very basic point, however, yeah, which is the fact that these nations that would like to convince you that economic development is divorced from national interest and national consciousness, facilitate military institutions that work in the national interest of their people, facilitate national economies whereby an inordinate amount of public spending is spent on the military, yes, and the extension of their military power abroad. Yes, these nations like Britain and America and France spend enormous amounts of money on extending their military power alone, not just their multinational corporations, but their military power that protects the interest and the resources that are associated with their multinational corporations. Yeah, and so it's the same trick. Don't subsidize your farmers. We subsidize our farmers and then sell you our subsidized goods at a cheaper rate than you are able to grow. Yes, and so that's why Papa Garvey and every African revolutionary worth their salt sought to develop a national consciousness among African people, because national consciousness is not a vain semblance of some vague idea of unity. It's about identifying the interests of the people, and then the policies that are relevant to the people are defined by the interests of the people, not foreign corporations and institutions that are defined by the interests of the colonizers and neo-colonizers of the people themselves.
Okay, can I respond to that now? Okay, the same economic laws that affect the Western nations affect African nations, which is why when they moved away from Friedman's warning about too loose monetary policies and deficit spending, they become bankrupt, just like any other African or third world country that embark on these policies. There's no such thing as African style socialism versus Chinese socialism or capitalism versus American capitalism. Economic laws are immutable. And if you go against them, you cannot consume what you never produce. That's the basic fundamental Econ 101. And the reason why America, EU, and UK is in serious trouble today is because they moved away from those policies, moved away from Milton Friedman and more towards people like Keynes and what's the other guy, Paul Krugman and the Fabian socialism, and so where government spending outpace what you bring in as revenue, and that has to crash someday. As Margaret Thatcher said, the devil Margaret Thatcher said, if sooner or later socialists run out of other people's money, and UK run out of other people's money now, America run out of other people's money now. So it's the same economic policies affected the third world. The third world, the reason why the third world and Jamaica, countries like Jamaica and other countries in Africa are poor and suffer from lack of investment and economic dynamism and innovation is because of certain government policies, right?
You're right, you're right. But those governments are the American government and the British government and the French government, right? It's their government policies that have affected our political.
Okay,
and
so
excuse me, 1 second.
So to
So
clarify,
one
clarify,
second,
it is not.
1 second. Literally speaking,
Yeah,
the
but
government of
you
America,
interrupted me now.
literally speaking. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, to clarify, World Bank, IMF, and etc. It is not. It is misleading to say that these countries imposed, or these countries are reflective of capitalist policies, or even to say that they're reflective of central planning policies. These organizations are made up of people, and some people in these organizations push a lot of government intervention. Some people in these organizations push less government intervention. So, for instance, after the Second World War, a lot of these multinational, multilateral organizations, lending agencies, push central planning. When that didn't work out in the 80s, they pushed more of a free market approach, the so-called Washington Consensus. But even today, a lot of these lending agencies are advising against free market policies and are recommending more government intervention. So it's kind of misleading. It's kind of misleading to characterize these institutions as quote unquote capitalist. It's a lot more complicated than that. And if we understand why is it that we
can't be greedy? Can we let somebody else talk?
Yeah, hold on. I want to clarify.
Yeah, but you talk for a good while. So
what consensus did you mention ago, Coffee? What name?
The Washington Consensus.
Oh, okay. Let's clarify.
Right. But
go ahead, Mr.
Washington Consensus, even they didn't follow it, and that's why they.
The
reason why America.
Can somebody else speak, please?
Sorry, Coffee. I was just asking you one question. I'm gonna let Mr. IC free speak and Professor Merchant.
No, Bunch. He can speak.
By the way, big up yourself, brother Seko. I see you gone, but big up yourself. Excellent contribution. And we'll talk some more, Lickle more, I'm sure.
Sorry, was that? Did you say something to me?
No, I was just bigging up brother Seko, who's departed from the
Okay,
panel.
sorry.
Go ahead, Professor.
Okay. I wanted to know when I was making a point earlier. I think Shaka, you wanted to make a point in regards to what I said.
Yeah.
And I don't want us to, I guess, go into a circle. This isn't like a kumbaya conversation, right? And we know that there's going to be so many interconnected issues and problems in every point that you try to make. Like, if I want to talk about a collective organization for Black African unity in the diaspora, then if I talk about J. Edgar Hoover's, coming in and infiltrating the Panthers and Garvey and all of these things, like, then we'll be constantly going back and forth, because there's always going to be these issues whenever you're talking about geopolitics. Now, I'm kind of trying to speak from an optimistic standpoint, and the point I want to make here, one of the points is like, there's brothers here always talking about all the resources that Africa has, and that we need to come together to do something in regards to everything that's there. And I always talk about De Beers in these private sectors, and you can have 30 men with $30 million apiece. If you don't have the muscle and the power to be able to operate and control these diamond mines or these gold mines, you can't even come to the table without some type of military backing. Like, we can get into a back and forth about all of that stuff for the rest of the night. I think we need to just focus on how is it that we can come together as a diaspora, really, to come up with some type of idea, some type of plan that allows us to be empowered socially and economically to move our situation forward. So I understand everything Brother Kofi is saying, and I can come from every issue, Papa Doc, we could go into Michael Manley and everything, that when one thing is happening, then this is what's going to happen. And we can never get to first base because the feds and the CIA and this and that. Yeah. So I just think that the capitalist route is all that we know, right? It's one of the only understandings of an economic base based on this Western system that we have, and so we naturally go to it. That's why I mentioned this union thing with Russia and China, because from what it looks like to me, it's putting pressure on the dollar, and it's groups coming together, and we know that they all have different
here's the point, though, Professor.
Different agendas.
Okay. Yeah, I'm coming to you, IC3. Here's the point, right?
But he was speaking. I wanted to hear him finish speaking.
What was he finished?
Sorry,
There's not much time left. It's going to close in a minute.
Brother Coffee.
Yes.
Yeah. With the utmost respect, my brother, that was disrespectful. We all know that Brother Shakara is the moderator. He's invited us all here this evening. He is the moderator. He does have the right to intervene and to direct the discussion. Would you agree with me?
Yep.
Yeah. So can we afford him the respect he deserves, my brother?
My apologies, sir.
Yeah. Professor,
I keep apologizing.
I did assume that you had completed your point, to be honest. So if you hadn't, then please finish it.
No, it's good. I was just talking about just that collective.
100%.
Brought up.
All right. This is the point. This is the point that I think is being made. Your point sounds very much like, to draw a parallel, the fact that, for example, Mass Tribal War 2, European Tribal War 2, created enough destabilization within Europe that it allowed organized groups of Africans to take advantage of the moment and push for greater freedom. Yeah. And a lot of that resulted in what became independence before that was hijacked. All right. And I think what you're saying is that the situation with BRICS provides us an opportunity to the extent that it decentralizes a lot, because as much as they want to talk about there's no central planning and power within free market fundamentalism. It just so happens that all of the institutions are centralized in Western Europe and their extensions around the world, right? Just so happens, yeah. But it sounds like what you're saying is that the free market, the BRICS may provide us an opportunity to access some power source other than the typical Western European power sources. Is that what you're suggesting?
But yeah, but our own system, not necessarily BRICS or connected.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the point is, though, that is only possible to the extent that we are organized to take advantage of the opportunity. Right?
That's right.
And we are only going to be so organized if we are developing or organizing around similar ideas. Yes. There's an illusion that comes with this idea of a market, as though the market is somehow divorced from people and interests. There is no market, none whatsoever, that doesn't have people and people with interests and people that are serving interests at its core. Yes,
a strong man.
So when they say, I'm not referring to your argument, so I don't know who I'm straw manning. I'm making a point about economics and the fact that it is inextricable from the interests of the people that are developing the systems of economics. Yeah. And so the issue for us is, what are our political economic interests? Yes. Are they the same as the IMF, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, another regulatory organization? Just to point out that that in an organization that promotes deregulated economy regulates global economy.
And I just want to say,
Brother Shakara, that's very great. That's a point of order.
Regulated also.
That's a point of order, Brother Shakara. I'm just doing a time check.
Yeah,
it's 10 to. I will need to leave. With the utmost respect, I will need to leave by 12 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's 10. It's 10 to now.
So the
Okay.
only point I'm making is that we don't get away from the. I see your hand, Mr. IC3. We don't get away from the point that Brother Leader made in terms of organization and people organization. Yes.
Can I say something real quick?
Very quickly.
All right, just because I have these back and forth when we're talking about economic geopolitics with grassroots brothers and sisters who will continuously talk about barter and trade and you know, forget about this capitalism, forget about this system. And sometimes I get where we're coming from, but it's can be unrealistic in regards to the bigger picture, and I always have that back and forth.
But I think Brother Leader already said that we have to interact with the system in some way, shape, or form. We have to have a two-pronged approach, right? So whilst we're building our own, we have to find ways of forwarding our interest within whatever context that we're in at the moment. You see what I'm saying? And that goes for Africans in Jamaica, Africans throughout the Caribbean, and our regional relationships, again, which have been severed or disconnected as a result of these same institutions, right? So the idea that, let's say, for example, Jamaica is going to merge its economy or its economic interests with Haiti or Guyana or Barbados or whatever, is a situation in which these global transnational entities don't want to take place, because they want to come to the table with their collective power to deal with your segregated, fragmented individual weaknesses. Yeah. And
exactly.
So I think these are the conversations that need to take place, so that we're in the right kind of consciousness to form the right kind of organizations that are actually able to have the powerful impact that we need to have. I see free, and I'm going to get closing words from Brother Leader Olacessor.
Yes, this has been really interesting, and I think I'd love to come on a stream with this panel. It was a wonderful panel, a wonderful set of minds, to discuss the nature of power, to see if we really all understand what power is and how power is generated. Because I'd like to come back to you, Shakara, in some time when we have more time to discuss the nature of power, because I do not believe it is in weapons. Those who have power, they're the ones who they decide where the guns are pointed and when the trigger's pulled. So the Jews, they got the British guns to serve them.
Why you get the platform strike? You know, where are they with?
Yeah. So it's through sovereign organization. They did not need guns. Banks don't use guns. Banking power. I was talking about power. Another time.
Let's look. We have to look at the extent to which banks invest in weapons. All right, and military institutions. Right.
Yeah. Another stream.
Right. Well, I'm going to get closing words from Elder Cecil and Brother Leader now. So I'm going to say goodbye to the rest of the people then where I speak. The panel. So giving thanks to Brother Coffee, Mr. IC3, giving thanks to Professor Burge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
I want to ask you something before you hop off, Shakara, before we all hop off.
Yeah. Say it?
No, I just wanted to kick it with you about something before we all hop off.
I'm going to put you in the background for now. And we'll talk after I lock off here. By the way, for those, let me just highlight something before Brother Leader and Elder Cecil close. Part of the UNIA ACL and the Black Star Action Network International, and we are currently preparing for the International Be Clean campaign. Coming to you on the 12th of November. We are organizing at the moment what we're going to be doing in the UK right about now, so do stay tuned, but check the information right, Yasser, and check out the website, basani.org. That's the Black Star Action Network International, Basani, BASANI.org. Yeah. We kind of have an idea what we're going to be doing over here, but this is an international campaign whereby we're going into areas in our community and just doing a cleanup. Yeah, it began in Sierra Leone, where some brother Chief Fode and sister Kenya Mansare basically went into a market area and decided that they were going to do a cleaning and sanitation program there, and they've been doing it annually ever since. And since then, it's become an international agenda. Yeah, and so you can see all the nations here. It's taking place in Gambia, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Liberia, a number of cities in the United States of America, as well as the United Kingdom. All right, so do check that out, basani.org. I didn't think it was right for us to have this kind of a conversation without profiling some actual work that is taking place in the global Pan-African and more specifically Garveyite community. All right, so do check out the website Basani BSANI.org for more information. All right, let's go with Elder Cecil. Closing words, please. Anything that you want to respond to.
Very briefly, it's been a wonderful session. The focus on Jamaica mattered. It's an important place, and it's in a terrible situation. I'm therefore pleased to be able to participate in this discussion about it, which broadened out into a discussion of the condition of the African race internationally, global Africa. And I do think that it matters that we, as the members of the African race, recognize the crisis that we're presented with by the disorganized state of our continental homeland, and the fact that that makes it possible to exploit virtually without resistance all of our resources. And I think it's important that we don't have time to, as in many decades, to solve this, and that is therefore the gigantic challenge which faces us. I want to make one final point. I think it's important that we, in all of the places that we are, do need to organize as African race communities, and insofar as we fail to do that, the basis of properly globalizing Africa is just not there, and it could be. And one final point, when I refer to India and China, the fact that in China liberated and unified itself on the basis of communism, whereas India did so on quite another basis. So I'm not necessarily advocating the Chinese communist mode. I'm simply saying that national unity, continental unity matters, and that we Africans have got to find a way to get it for our continent.
Agreed, Elder Cecil. Give thanks for your contribution. And you did suggest to me that you wanted to do a session on the existential crisis facing African people, and so we'll get that in at some point.
Yeah.
You did request it, so we'll have that conversation, and probably we can go more into those issues during that session. Brother Leader.
Africa, to the God of Africa be the glory. Give thanks, Shakara, for hosting this excellent reasoning session this evening on a very, very important subject matter, as Elder Cecil said, and it was a blessing in many ways to share the platform with Elder Cecil, still in form. I do want to share with us, he talked earlier on about my nearly 40 years on liberation rule. In fact, next year we'll make it officially 40 years, because I count it from the first PSCM meeting I attended in March 1983. And the speaker at that meeting was one Cecil Gutsmore. So it's somewhat credit to our brother Cecil.
Brother Leader, then why are you not a die in the wool socialist then, Brother Leader? What's going on?
Well,
I was asking Brother Leader why he's not a died in the wool socialist if he's been listening to you all this time. I'm being facetious on this, so no worry, no, ignore me.
There was a brother by the name of Pepper Kai,
all right,
who was hosting the meeting, who kept challenging our brother on the socialistic elements of his presentation, but everything else was, you know, was impacting. And for that reason, I came back to the next meeting and the next meeting and the next meeting. And here I am 40 years, nearly 40 years on. So Elder Cecil must have, from my point of view, did a very good job. Our brother IC3 raised the question of the meaning of the word power, or the concept power. Power is the capacity to effect your will, and will is a determination to be. When you have the capacity to transform your will, to actualize your will, when you have the capacity to will something and make it happen, you have power. And if when we look on the African continent and we look throughout the Caribbean and other African nations, if we do not see the model of governance that will protect and preserve our interests as African people, then we at the grassroots level must then create our own system of governance. That is a challenge that faces us. If the governments that are supposed to represent us do not represent us, then we must create our own systems of governance. That is what Papa Garvey meant when he said no race is free unless it has a nation of its own system of government, its own order of society. And Papa Garvey made it very, very clear to us. And then he showed us by example how to build a nation. Yes, it was interrupted, but we can learn from the strengths and we can learn from what went wrong and we can build on it. I see no other way for us to rise above the sea. And Elder Cecil is correct. There is an existential crisis facing the African world presently. And we better understand that we need to act in earnest. We need to unite and we need to organize. Just very quickly, Jamaica has a system of governance and a system of politics that has undermined, cheapened the lives of African people. Our lives are worth little or nothing in Jamaica presently, has to be said. And Jamaica is not the only country where African lives have been so devalued. That is not acceptable and not sustainable. And we have to understand the urgency that that presents before us. In the words of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency, Marcus Messiah Garvey, with which I always close: unite, organize now or perish. Rise, you mighty African people, for you can accomplish whatever you will. Rumbidzo kunamwari Africa, to the God of Africa be the glory. Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari. Nothing really left for me to really do other than to thank immensely Elder Cecil and Brother Leader for coming through. It's been a fantastic conversation. Obviously, there's so much more we could have gone into in relation to this subject, and I'm glad we were able to put it in the global context, although there are many or some, should I say, now who have a very myopic view of national consciousness, and get offended even when you begin to bring the conditions of African people elsewhere than a specific nation into consideration. But the fact that we live in a global economy suggests that it's impossible for us not to. And also the fact that our condition is so very much related to our brothers and sisters. Just looking at the region itself, yeah, suggests that there is some significant organization that needs to take place among us on a people-to-people level. One issue that we never really got into was the issue of reparations, and the CARICOM initiative, pros and cons, etc. But we'll have more time for that. I'm sure. So let's give him thanks, and I want brothers and sisters to share this video far and wide. Like it up, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, man, hit up the comment section at the end, and share your thoughts, more feelings, more vibrations, etc. etc. Tendai Mwari. Be thankful unto the Mother, Father, Creator, universe. Give praises unto our great ancestors, Abibi Tumi, Abibi Fahodi, African liberation and African power for all African people. Ashe, Ashe.
Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.